Good evening, everyone. Today is May 7th, 2026. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Anna Braun.
Here.
Timothy Cummings.
Here.
Antoinette Evola.
Here.
Jamie Falco.
Here.
Louis Figueroa.
Here.
Lori Herrick.
Here.
Lee Woo Hung. Here. Wilbur Pan.
Here.
Mary Ann Tenius.
Here. We have a quorum. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The New Jersey Open Public Meetings Law was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have advance notice of and to attend the meetings of public bodies at which any business affecting their interest is discussed and acted upon. In accordance with the provisions of this act, the East Brunswick Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be published by having the date, time, and place thereof posted at the Board of Education offices located at 760 Route 18, East Brunswick, New Jersey. Written notice was also provided to the Sentinel, the Newark Star-Ledger, the Home News Tribune, the Alternative Press of East Brunswick, and the Municipal Clerk of East Brunswick. All Board of Education meetings, with the exception of executive session discussions, are videotaped for later broadcast. It is the policy of the Board of Education that videotaped meetings are not edited for any purpose. Individuals who speak at the board's public meetings should be aware of these videotaping rules. We have a need for a closed session. Whereas the Board of Education must discuss matters which are not appropriate for discussion in a public meeting, and whereas these subjects are within the exceptions to the Open Public Meetings Act and are permitted to be discussed in closed session pursuant to NJSA 10-4-12B, and whereas the Board of Education intends to discuss matters listed in the agenda, whereas the length of the closed session is estimated to be 1 hour, after which the public meeting of the board shall reconvene and action will be taken, now therefore be it resolved that the East Brunswick Board of Education will recess into closed session for only the aforesaid subjects, and be it further resolved that the East Brunswick Board of Education hereby declares that its discussion of the aforesaid subjects will be made public at a time when the public's interest in disclosure is greater than any privacy or governmental interest being protected from disclosure in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act. Do we have a motion?
Move. Second.
Okay, Jamie, then Wilbur. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. We are enclosed. See you in 1 hour. Good evening, everyone. We are back from closed. Before we begin, this is becoming kind of our trademark, but we had some questions from the community that we have for Mr. Crotchfeld, and we're hoping he can answer. So, Joe, does the district respond to OPRA requests?
Yes. By law, when we receive an OPRA request, we have 7 days to respond. If it's commercial in nature, we have 14 days, business days, not calendar days.
Is there anything that would make you unable to respond to an OPRA request?
Yeah, sometimes the request, if it's not completed correctly, the law, there's 3 required questions that must be submitted. If those questions are not answered, we send out a generic response saying the questions are not answered. Please resubmit with the questions. The type of records that are asked for sometimes are not, something we would give out in OPRA because of legal reasons, if it's too broad. So the law is very specific on what we can respond to, what we can't, but we do respond to the requests.
Okay, thank you. And as always, please continue to send us your questions. We're happy to respond to them. With that said, we are jumping right into our superintendent's report.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the JM Pack. Since I am not the main event tonight, I'm going to pass on my superintendent report and just say this week marks my 100 days. I just want to... It's been 100 days. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I look forward to continuing to serve the community of East Brunswick. So to that effect, I will release my video tomorrow. I don't want to mess up the main event tonight. So thank you all for being here, and can't wait to celebrate all our honorees.
Yes. Okay, so with that said, we are moving on to our Teacher and Support Staff Recognition Awards and Years of Service Awards. So at this time, I'm going to invite the board to join me in the auditorium.
Another good evening to everyone. Thank you for being here. Tonight is one of the most meaningful celebrations in the life of a school district because it gives us the opportunity to recognize the people who make our schools exceptional every single day. Our teachers, our support staff, and our longtime dedicated employees. Education is often measured in numbers, scores, statistics, but the true heart of a school district is found in its people. It is found in the teacher who stays after school to help a struggling student finally believe in themselves. It is found in the support staff member who greets students each morning with kindness and consistency. It is found in the countless quiet acts of care, patience, professionalism, and commitment that happen every day, often without recognition. Tonight, we pause to recognize those individuals whose impact rises above even those already high standards. To our Teachers of the Year, thank you for bringing passion, creativity, and purpose into your classrooms. You inspire curiosity, challenge students to think critically, and create environments where children feel seen, valued, and capable of success. Your influence extends far beyond academics. Years from now, students may not remember every lesson you taught, but they will remember how you made them feel encouraged, supported, and believed in. To our support staff members of the year. Hey, Bill. Where's Bill? Hi. Bill is our support staff of the year, central office. To Bill and all our support staff members, thank you for the indispensable role you play in the success of our schools and all our buildings, whether serving in classrooms, offices, cafeteria, buses, technology departments, maintenance teams, counseling offices, or countless other roles. You help create the conditions that allow learning to happen. You are often the steady presence behind the scenes, solving problems, supporting students, and keeping our schools running with care and professionalism. Our district could not function without you. And tonight, we offer special recognition to those celebrating 25 years and 40 years of service to the district. That's amazing. So these many years represent more than longevity. It represents commitment. It represents thousands of days spent serving children, supporting colleagues, adapting to change, and remaining dedicated to a mission that is larger than oneself. Over those years, you have witnessed generations of students pass through our schools. You have seen educational practices evolve, technology transform classrooms, and communities grow and change. Through it all, your dedication has remained constant. The legacy of 25 years or 40 years in education cannot truly be measured. It lives in former students now pursuing careers, raising families, serving communities, and carrying forward lessons learned from the adults who guided them. It lives in the culture of our schools and in the countless lives you have influenced along the way. In a profession that demands both heart and resilience, your service is extraordinary. To all of tonight's honorees, thank you for choosing education. It's so hard today, but thank you for choosing education. Thank you for choosing service. Thank you for the compassion, the expertise, and most importantly, the humanity that you bring to our schools each and every day. You remind us that strength of a district is not found in its buildings or programs alone, but in the people who dedicate themselves to children and to one another. Please know that your work matters deeply, your contributions are valued, and the community is better because of you. Congratulations to all of our honorees, and thank you for all you do for our students in schools. It is now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Mary Antonius, President of the Board of Education.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight is truly one of my favorite moments of the year because it gives us the opportunity to pause from budgets and curriculums and recognize the people who make the district what it is. To all of our teachers and staff being honored here tonight, thank you for showing up every single day for our students, especially when they need you most. What you do goes far beyond teaching lessons or completing responsibilities. Every day, you help shape lives. You give students encouragement, stability, hope, and confidence. You remind them that even when life places obstacles in their path, they're capable of overcoming them. There are students in this district who will carry your words with them for the rest of their lives. Students who found strength because you believed in them when they were struggling to believe in themselves. Students who learned how to strive harder, dream bigger, and keep going, not because life was easy, but because you and your fellow educators in this district showed them what perseverance, compassion, and resilience truly look like. For some children, the support they receive in our schools becomes the foundation that changes the course of their lives. That kind of impact cannot be measured by awards or scores, recognition, or even speeches. It's measured in the hope restored, confidence built, and futures changed forever. So tonight, we have the privilege of honoring the individuals who represent the very best of this district, those who lead with heart. They go the extra mile without being asked, lift others up, and make an extraordinary difference not only in the classroom, but throughout our entire community. Please know that we see you, we appreciate you, and we are deeply proud of you. Your dedication and compassion inspire all of us and remind us why this work matters so deeply. And to every member of our staff being honored tonight, please never underestimate the impact you have. Even on the hardest days, when the work feels heavy and the challenges feel endless, what you do matters more than words can fully express. On behalf of the Board of Education, thank you for loving our students, believing in them, and teaching them how to rise above whatever stands in their way. Congratulations, and thank you all for being the heart of this district.
And now, Mr. Ross Petronko, President of the East Brunswick Principals and Supervisors Association, will make a few remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Mammon. Good evening, everyone. It is an honor to stand before you today to celebrate so many worthy individuals. To our Teacher of the Year awardees, You transform the lives of students every day with your commitment to their academic, social, and emotional growth. However, this award also takes into account the profoundly positive impact that you have on our school community. To our support staff members of the year, you perform the often unrecognized tasks, but that are essential to keep our schools running. Your dedication ensures our students have a safe, clean, well-run, supportive environment in which to thrive. We couldn't do this without you. And to those celebrating years of service milestones, thank you for your unwavering commitment to East Brunswick Public Schools. Your steady presence and institutional knowledge are the foundation our community stands on. On behalf of the East Brunswick Principals and Supervisors Association, thank you for all you do on behalf of our students. Congratulations to tonight's awardees.
I would like to invite Dr. Dana Zambicki, President of the East Brunswick Education Association, to say a few words.
Good evening, everyone. So 40 years or so ago, when I was in college, I took a philosophy class, and I had to read a book that was written by Viktor Frankl called Man's Search for Meaning. I don't know if you've ever read it, but if you haven't, I recommend it. It's a book that, when you're struggling, it helps you see the way. And I thought, tonight, this makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense because Viktor Frankl was in the concentration camps, and he kept himself alive by looking for optimism. And he knew it could be life-changing. And a quote in the book is, "Life is never made unbearable by circumstance, but only by lack of meaning and purpose." And all of our award winners tonight, you have meaning and purpose. This honor is presented to each of you because you bring meaning and purpose to our field of education that we so much need today. In education, circumstances are not always easy, for sure. There are challenges, there are uncertainties, and moments that test even the strongest of us. Yet what defines each of you is your unwavering commitment to your students and to your profession and to your commitment and to your purpose. Because of you, our schools are not simply places of instruction, but they're communities of care, they're communities of growth, connection, and belonging. And you remind us that when purpose leads the way, even the most difficult days can become meaningful ones. So we celebrate each of you, and I want to thank all of the teachers and support staff and our 25-year honorees and our 140-year honoree for all you do. And I want to thank all of you in the room that contribute to our wonderful field of education. You give meaning and purpose. Thank you.
Finally, I would like to introduce Ms. Nicole Tibbetts, Director of Human Resources.
Good evening, everyone. Last year, for those of you who came to this celebration, we looked to the stars to describe the impact of our staff. This year, as we look around the room, I am reminded of something more grounded, yet equally powerful. When we think of education, we often think of the classic composition book, those black and white marbled color covers that hold the messy, beautiful, and inspiring process of learning. Every student who enters our district arrives with a book of their own, full of blank pages. Our staff members, regardless of their position, are the ones who help fill the pages of these students' stories, helping to draft their future. Tonight's recognition is the Pulitzer Prize for your dedication. Some of you are the editors, helping students refine their ideas and find their voice. Others are the illustrators, bringing color and perspective to a child's world when things seem gray. And many of you are the steady ink, the consistent, reliable presence that ensures the story keeps moving forward day after day. Tonight, we are also recognizing years of service, celebrating chapters of dedication. Each of our honorees has a story to tell about their years here, stories of breakthrough moments in the classroom, a kind word in the hallway that changed a student's day, or the tireless behind-the-scenes work that keeps our publishing house running smoothly. Like the sturdy binding of a well-worn notebook, you have held this district together. You have weathered the changes, corrected the errors, and consistently shown up to write a better future for our children. Your legacy is in the hearts and minds of the students whose stories you have helped author. Regardless of your specific role in the district, each one of you provides a steady light, not of the distant sun, but of a desk lamp late at night, ensuring the success of the students of East Brunswick. Tonight, we honor and thank each of you for your contributions and commitment to the students, your colleagues, and this entire community. You are the reason our district's story is a bestseller. Let's begin.
Good evening, and congratulations to all of tonight's award winners, and selfishly, especially to our security officers that are receiving awards tonight. My name is Kevin Zebro, and I'm a Director of School Security Operations for the district. And I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Bill DeRosa, or AM Bill, as most of you know him in the admin building, on this well-deserved recognition. Bill embodies the very spirit of dedication and care that defines our district. At the admin building, Bill is normally the first one seen in the morning, offering a smile and a friendly approach, all the while being an omnipresence. Many of you are not aware that Bill goes above and beyond his duties, taking it upon himself to go over to Chittick during the day and help out during recess time to provide additional security. His presence is reassuring and allows our staff and students to feel safe and at ease. On one particular day, he was doing his normal routine when he noticed that a staff member didn't look quite right. He began to talk to the staff member, asking her if she was feeling okay. The staff member stated that she was experiencing some cardiac issues, but stated that she had them before and they would pass. She wanted to call her husband, but Bill, realizing this was more serious than a simple phone call, had her hang up and called 911. The ambulance arrived, and the staff member's heart stopped twice while being taken care of by the paramedics in a parking lot. If it was not for Bill's observations, reactions, and quick decision-making, this event may have had a different outcome. As one staff member wrote in his nomination, Bill's combination of warmth, dependability, and professionalism make him not just a valued support staff member, but an essential part of our building. He uplifts everyone around him, maintains a safe and welcoming environment, and makes the workplace better every single day. I am proud to have Bill as a member of our security force, and again, congratulations, Bill, on this well-deserved recognition.
Good evening. My name is Gerald Skank, Director of the Facilities Management Team, and it is my honor to introduce Ms. Karen Degnan as the Support Operation Facilities 2026 Staff Member of the Year. Yay! As the department's primary support staff secretary, Ms. Degnan has done a phenomenal job supporting the department's maintenance, custodial, and grounds operations. This year, not only has Ms. Degnan created and processed over 1,000 purchase requisitions to procure parts, materials for licensed and skilled tradespersons to maintain, service, and repair infrastructure in 13 facilities, she also facilitated the purchase of cleaning supplies for district and contract custodians to clean and sanitize over 1 million square feet of occupied space. And also, she secured several service contracts to maintain 275 acres of sports and athletic fields, parking lots, and playgrounds. While the scope and impact of Ms. Degnan's efforts are truly noteworthy, what sets her apart is how she fulfills her responsibilities daily. In a fast-paced, suspense-driven, and often reactionary work environment, Ms. Degnan remains poised and professional. Whether it's a frantic call from a staff member reporting a sewer backup, power outage, or pest issue, Ms. Degnan always leaves the requester feeling valued, understood, and that the department will address their issue or concern. Excerpts from Mrs. Degnan's nomination package justify the level of this award as well, stating, "While I do not work for Karen directly, but while sharing the same office space, I'm aware of what a great employee she is. Karen is extremely knowledgeable in a multitude of areas and always willing to help others no matter how busy she is, and she is busy." Without a shadow of a doubt, Mrs. Degnan is truly deserving of this Support Staff Member Award, and her knowledge, expertise, and willingness to help truly embodies the spirit of this award. Karen, I'm so very proud to recognize you as the Support Operations Facilities 2026 Support Staff Member of the Year Award. Congratulations and well done.
Hello, everyone. My name is Edward Bouchard. I'm the proud principal of East Brunswick High School. It is my honor tonight to recognize Ms. Liz Fox as East Brunswick High School Support Professional of the Year. Ms. Fox is the backbone of the counseling department. She is the person who helps keep one of the busiest offices in our school running smoothly, and she does so with professionalism, patience, kindness, and grace. In a high school of more than 2,100 students, the counseling department is constantly moving. Students are coming in for appointments, parents are calling with questions, counselors are balancing full caseloads, records are being processed, deadlines are approaching, and major events are being planned. In the middle of all that, Ms. Fox quietly making sure the work gets done and the people around her are supported. Her colleagues describe her as organized, dependable, thoughtful, and incredibly skilled at managing many responsibilities at once. Whether she is scheduling appointments, assisting students, responding to parent inquiries, processing counseling forms, maintaining timelines, or helping when another secretary is out, Ms. Fox can always be relied upon. But what makes Ms. Fox so special is not only that she does her own work, is how she does it. She treats students, parents, staff, counselors, and administrators with compassion and respect. She understands that students often come to the counseling office during moments when they are stressed, overwhelmed, or vulnerable. Her calm presence, sound judgment, and ability to read a situation help ensure that students get the support they need. Ms. Fox also plays an essential role in some of the most important events at East Brunswick High School. She helps coordinate senior awards, sophomore orientation, the Middlesex College on-site day, SAT and ACT fee waivers, student records, counseling communications, and countless other responsibilities that impact students and families. These tasks require careful planning, attention to detail, confidentiality, follow-through, and strong communication. Ms. Fox handles them all with care and excellence. She is a self-starter, a problem solver, and a true team player. She steps in when needed, often before she is even asked. Her colleagues trust her. Families appreciate her. Students benefit from her kindness and care. And the counseling department is stronger because of her. So often the work of support professionals happens behind the scenes, but behind the scenes does not mean unnoticed. And it certainly does not mean unimportant. In Ms. Fox's case, her work is essential. She helps create the structure, care, and consistency that allow others to do their best work and allow students to feel supported. Ms. Fox, on behalf of East Brunswick High School, congratulations on being named our Support Professional of the Year. It is now my honor to recognize Ms. Stacy Powers as East Brunswick High School's Governor's Educator of the Year. When the committee read through the words shared by her colleagues, several themes became very clear. Ms. Powers is an exceptional teacher, a trusted colleague, a tireless supporter of students, and someone who makes East Brunswick High School a better place simply by being part of it. For nearly 20 years, Ms. Powers has dedicated herself to the students of East Brunswick. As an English teacher, she brings creativity, passion, and purpose to every lesson. Whether she is working with sophomores, seniors preparing for life beyond high school, or students in her highly popular philosophy elective, which the Commissioner of Education wanted to visit and bragged about, Ms. Powers has a rare ability to make learning meaningful, relevant, and engaging. Her colleagues describe her not only as a skilled teacher, but as an artist in the classroom. She is a gifted storyteller who brings energy, humor, and a theatrical presence to her instruction. She does not simply deliver curriculum. She creates experiences that challenge students to think deeply, write with purpose, and see themselves as capable of more. What truly sets Ms. Powers apart is the way she connects with students. Her classroom is a place where students feel safe, seen, valued, and respected. She holds students to high expectations, but she does so with kindness, patience, and a genuine belief in their potential. Even students who may feel disconnected from school find a connection with Ms. Powers because they know she cares about them as people first. It is no surprise that Ms. Powers has been recognized by students as favorite teacher multiple times. Students know when a teacher is authentic. They know when someone is invested in them. And they know when a classroom is a place where they can both work hard and be themselves. Her classroom motto captures that perfectly. Work hard and be nice, and if you can't do both, do at least one. Ms. Powers' impact also extends far beyond the classroom. She co-advises International Club, one of the most active and beloved student organizations at the high school, through events such as Bollywood Night, Culturama, and Collision. Collision's coming up, it's a big one. She helps students celebrate culture, identity, community, and belonging. These events require countless hours of preparation and support, and Ms. Powers gives that time willingly and joyfully. And with Ms. Powers, support does not stop at supervising. She participates, she learns dances, she shows up, she acts with students at improv night, good stuff, supports school events, chaperones prom, and serves as a trusted adult through sources of strength. She is present at the moments that matter to students because she genuinely wants to see them shine. At East Brunswick High School, we often speak about excellence in academics, athletics, and the arts. Ms. Powers represents another kind of excellence as well. Excellence in relationships, excellence in service, and excellence in creating a school where students feel they belong. Ms. Powers, on behalf of East Brunswick High School, congratulations on being named our 2026 Teacher of the Year.
Good evening, students, families, colleagues, distinguished guests. and of course, our Governor's Educator of the Year award recipients. My name is Matthew Hannis, and I'm the proud principal of Churchill Junior High School. It is truly an honor tonight to recognize an educator whose passion, dedication, and love for students resonate far beyond the walls of our classrooms. Tonight, we proudly celebrate Mrs. Jamie DeSiena as the 2026 Teacher of the Year at Churchill Junior High School. Mrs. DeSiena is currently in her 25th year as an educator, and for more than a decade, since September of 2014, she has been serving the East Brunswick community. Before joining us at Churchill in 2016, she shared her talents with students at Lawrenceburg Elementary School and then East Brunswick High School, helping to build our district's tradition of musical excellence across grade levels. At Churchill, Mrs. DeSiena does far more than teach chorus classes. She builds confidence, community, and a true love of music in every student she reaches, and teachers, too, who come and sing with her ensembles after school. Under her leadership, our chorus program has flourished. She has led our students to numerous competition victories, including prestigious festivals such as Music in the Parks, where her ensembles consistently demonstrate excellence, discipline, and joy in performance. But what truly sets Mrs. DeSiena apart is her belief that music has the power to connect people. Throughout the year, she organizes meaningful opportunities for our core students to sing at senior citizen homes in East Brunswick, bringing smiles, comfort, and connection to members of our community. These experiences teach students that music is not about performance, it's about service, compassion, and human connection. Mrs. DeSiena is also a tireless advocate for our music program. She actively travels to elementary schools to promote chorus programs and encourage younger students to discover their voices, ensuring that the continued growth and vitality of the program for years to come at all of our schools. Her commitment extends to collaboration as well. She works closely with our drama club, helping student performers prepare vocally for their performances and productions, and she partners with our band and orchestra teachers to bring to life the annual CJHS Pops concert, a student favorite that celebrates creativity and talent in a fun and relaxed setting. During the holiday season, Mrs. DeSiena helps lead one of our most joyful traditions, an in-school performance in the cafeteria rotunda, performed live for students and streamed across the school before winter recess. She also collaborates with the Butterfly Effect Kindness Club, guiding chorus ensembles and students as they perform at our annual kindness recognition program that happened right here in this room a few weeks ago, beautifully blending music with messages of empathy and inclusion. Beyond her professional accomplishments, Mrs. DeSiena is known for her rare ability to connect with middle school and high school students. She understands them, supports them, and inspires them at a critical time in their lives. She is dedicated, a dedicated professional, a loving mom and wife, a teacher who truly loves teaching and showing students how to sing. Mrs. DeSiena shows students that she believes in them, and she builds her students' confidence to believe in themselves. She is a cornerstone of the Churchill community, and her influence can be heard in every harmony, seen in every confident performance, and felt in the lasting impact that she has on our students. So please join me in congratulating and celebrating the 2025-2026 Churchill Junior High School Teacher of the Year, Mrs. Jamie DeSiena. Tonight, we also have the privilege of honoring someone whose work often happens behind the scenes, but whose impact is felt in every classroom, every lesson, and every successful school day. It's my great honor to recognize Ms. Jody Cumber as our 2025-2026 Education Support Professional of the Year at Churchill Junior High School. Jody began her journey in the East Brunswick Public Schools in October 2013, starting as a member of the Child Nutrition Department at Lawrenceburg Elementary School and later at Churchill Junior High School. Her dedication to students quickly led her to a role as an elementary lunch aide at Frost School, where she supported and cared for our youngest learners with patience and kindness. In 2015, Jody returned to Churchill and stepped into a role that has since become critical to the daily operation of our school, serving as our school aide, overseeing the copy room and managing the duplicating needs of both our teaching and office staff. Even after finishing her daily shift here at Churchill, Jody continues to serve students by working as a lunch aide at Lawrence Brook Elementary School, a testament to her tireless work ethic and deep commitment to our district. She has also supported students beyond the school day as an Ask Program Activity Assistant through community programs. Behind many worksheets, tests, packets, and handouts, there is someone making sure those copies are ready, reliable, and high quality. And at Churchill Junior High School, that person is Jody. She works calmly and efficiently to ensure teachers have exactly what they need when they need it. She makes copies, she troubleshoots the machines, fixes jams, manages calls for service when needed, laminates posters and classroom materials, and even tracks down classrooms in a large building to ensure materials are delivered to the right place at the right time. Her efficiency is matched only by her positive attitude, which makes even the busiest days feel manageable. What truly sets Jody apart is her flexibility, her kindness, her genuine care for others. She handles last-minute requests with a smile, never making anyone feel like an inconvenience. And when a colleague was absent for several days, Jody made sure the copies were prepared so students wouldn't miss a step. And when that teacher returned, Jody was the person who checked in with them to ask how she was feeling and if she could help to get caught up in any way. That level of care isn't reserved for one person. It's something she offers to our entire staff every single day. In a school environment that can sometimes feel fast-paced and chaotic, especially when deadlines are tight and copy machines decide not to cooperate, Jody takes every challenge in stride and remains a steady, comforting presence that our staff knows they can rely on without hesitation. Jody's warmth and reliability, dedication, help to our school in running smoothly and create a sense of support that enhances the work every teacher, student can benefit from. Although much of her work happens quietly behind the scenes, its impact is visible in every classroom and felt throughout the entire Churchill community. So please join me in congratulating and celebrating our 2026 Education Support Professional, Mrs. Jody Cumber.
Hello again, everyone. Thank you for welcoming me back. Welcome to our house, Hughes, Hammersholt Upper Elementary School, and to the Joanne Magistro Performing Arts Center. It's my absolute honor to recognize Ms. Christina Abruzzo for our Support Staff Member of the Year. Assistant principal secretarial positions are difficult in nature and require a varied skill set. Christina's selection for this award is an acknowledgement that whether she's juggling a dozen tasks at once or solving a last-minute crisis, she provides tireless support to every single member of our staff. But what truly sets her apart is her character. Even under the highest pressure, Christina manages to maintain her grace and legendary sense of humor that she uses to keep things in perspective. Christina is also a parent in the district. She is joined by her husband, Joseph, her daughter, Olivia, and her son, Joseph, who will be joining the Hughes family next year. Thank you, Christina, for all that you do to support Mr. Hussar, our school, and congratulations on this well-deserved award. It is a great privilege to recognize our Teacher of the Year, Mrs. Stacy Crursell. Stacy is an exceptional teacher, but what many people may not recognize is that she is a dreamer. She is constantly thinking up ways to make our school a better, more exciting place for every student. In fact, I usually know exactly when a new project is brewing. It starts first thing in the morning with a knock at my door. There is Stacy, eyes wide, and she says those 4 famous words, "I have an idea." It is typically impossible to say no because combined with her enthusiasm is an attention to detail that eliminates all barriers to implementation. Stacy is joined this evening by her family support network, her husband Chris, also a teacher in the district, her daughters Taylor and Kaylee, who we will miss next year as we send her on to Churchill, and her son Christopher, who will take over for Kaylee at Hughes. Stacy, thank you for your endless energy, support of our school community, and for always putting our students first. Congratulations on this well-deserved award. Which one's yours?
Good evening. I'm Joe Satari, principal of Warnsdorfer Elementary School. Our best educators see teaching as something much more than delivering the curriculum or even creating fun and exciting instructional moments to remember. Our best teachers consistently, thoughtfully, and sincerely build relationships and rebuild relationships with our students that help shape their lives. This is what Iman Shah, Warnsdorfer's Teacher of the Year, does in our school each day. As a special education teacher, she moves grade levels often. Not next year, though. Let me see. Still, year after year, across grades, groups, and roles, she adapts her teaching to the unique needs of her students. This year, her dedication to her craft and to our school reached even greater heights. Ms. Shah became an Orton Gillingham-trained instructor, further strengthening her ability to support struggling readers with expertise and care. She piloted the CKLA program, and she took on the daunting task of producing the school's yearbook, working with a large group of students throughout the year to create a lasting collection of memories that capture the spirit of our school community. Like most great teachers, Iman arrives early, stays late, and gives her time freely to support both new and veteran staff. Iman is proud of her family and her culture, and she is just as passionate about recognizing and celebrating the cultural diversity that is such a wonderful part of our school. Families trust her, colleagues rely on her, and our school is stronger because of her steady, kind, and humble presence. Special thanks to her mom, her dad, and her brothers Omar and Zane, who are here tonight to help celebrate her special day with us. She represents the very best of what it means to be a teacher. Congratulations to Warnsdorfer's Teacher of the Year, Iman Shah. I am proud to celebrate Monique Siemens as Warnsdorfer's Support Staff Member of the Year. Monique is the heartbeat of our main office, And thank goodness, because she has a smooth and steady heartbeat that balances me out. Monique is chill, and I want to personally thank her for, on the spur of the moment, popping into my office to tell me, take a break, you deserve it. Or on Fridays as we leave the office, hey, Joe, you and Jeanette should go out tonight. Relax. In short, we're thankful for Monique's presence in our main office. She keeps things fun, relaxed, and in perspective. She is exceptionally diligent with her work. One of her critical responsibilities is accounting for every student in our school each day. Her attention to detail ensures that every child's presence is noted and that their safety is always prioritized. She communicates with parents daily to account for each student, and she's often the first person parents speak to when they call our school. Most importantly, she cares for our students. When they come into the office, they always get a smile and a helping hand from Miss Monique. When she's not working, she enjoys gardening, swimming, playing with her dog Rocky, or just relaxing by the pool. Additionally, she loves diving into a good book, especially historical fiction, and unwinding with crime dramas on TV. And speaking of television, I have to mention that Monique shares her favorite streaming shows with my wife and I. My wife loves her recommendations. So because of Monique, I've missed Yankee games, Giant games, playoff basketball, and the occasional mob drama to be entertained with the likes of Bridgerton, Virgin River, and the Madison. Hours and hours I've spent watching this stuff. Thanks, Monique. Sincerely, I want to take a moment to thank Monique's family, her husband Doug, and her grown children, Matt and Sean, and Danielle, for being here tonight to celebrate this special occasion. Your support means the world to her and to all of us. Monique, we appreciate your hard work, dedication, and kindness every single day, and you truly deserve this recognition. Congratulations on being selected by our staff to be Warrensdorfer's 2026 Support Staff Member of the Year.
I'm Cheryl Jones, principal of Memorial Elementary School, here to introduce our very special Support Staff and Educator of the Year winners from the 2025-2026 school year. Robert Burke, Memorial School Support Staff of the Year. It is with great pride and admiration that I present you School Security Officer Robert Burke, Mr. Bob, the Support Staff of the Year Award. For the past 12 years, Mr. Bob has been an unwavering pillar of safety, professionalism, and compassion within the East Brunswick School District. From his first day on the job, Officer Bob has gone far beyond the expectations of his role. His presence is not only reassuring, but actively contributes to the positive, secure environment that allows the students and staff to thrive at Memorial School. Officer Bob approaches every aspect of his job with dedication and integrity. More than just a security officer, Mr. Bob is a mentor to students, a trusted colleague to staff, and a valued member of the school community. His ability to build genuine relationships has made him a respected and admired figure throughout the district. In an ever-changing world, Officer Bob's consistent presence and unwavering commitment have made our school a safer, more welcoming place. Congratulations to Memorial School Support Staff of the Year, Mr. Robert Burke. Ashley Rose Memorial School Educator of the Year. Ashley Rose is the epitome of an exceptional educational professional. In her role as a student assistance specialist, Ashley not only helps the students each day and goes above and beyond for both staff and students, she also creates positive and engaging ways for students to feel loved, inspired, and helps them to be overall good people. From the moment the students meet Mrs. Rose, they can feel her genuine love for each student and her commitment to helping them grow into confident, caring young individuals. She has a special way of making every child feel important and understood. Whether she's helping a student work through big emotions, leading a classroom lesson on friendship, or offering a listening ear to teachers or parents, she does it all with patience, empathy, and grace. Our school simply wouldn't be the same without her. Mrs. Rose shows the very spirit of what it means to be an educator, someone who changes lives through care, compassion, and connection. It was so much gratitude and admiration that I present Mrs. Rose with this well-deserved honor. She is without question our Educator of the Year in title, in heart, and in impact. Congratulations to Memorial School's Educator of the Year, Mrs. Ashley Rose.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Peter DiBernardi. I am the principal at Lawrence Brook Elementary School. I'm here tonight, and we celebrate the excellence in education across the East Brunswick School District. First, I want to congratulate all those years of service honorees and the rest of those award recipients this evening. It's my honor to recognize someone who represents the very best of Lawrence Brook Elementary School and the very best of our profession. Tonight, we celebrate Amanda Davino for the Governor's Educator of the Year Award. Amanda, it's a privilege to stand here as your principal and speak about the extraordinary difference you make in the lives of the children every single day. For the past 11 years, Amanda has dedicated herself to the students and families of Lawrence Brook. She began her journey in the self-contained preschool, and for the last 7 years, she has brought her incredible talents, passion, and expertise to our third grade students and the resource room learners. Her commitment to children extends far beyond the school day. For 13 years, you're going to have to believe this one, she taught CCD for the past 13 years. I had to blush when I heard that myself. Guiding children with the same care, the patience, and devotion that she brings to her classroom each morning. Amanda is also a true lifelong learner herself. Last year alone, I heard she read over 100 books. Think about that for a moment. She's an incredible, true lifelong learner. Now, anyone who knows Amanda knows that she has a presence. She walks into a room, and the energy changes instantly. Her smile, her laugh, her enthusiasm, it's absolutely contagious. She has this wonderful, wonderful way of drawing people in, whether it's students, families, or colleagues. And I can't tell you how many times she stopped me in the hallway and said, "Mr. DiBernardi, let me tell you what happened today." And if her mouth doesn't say it, her face certainly does. You know it. But usually it's about a student, a breakthrough, a success, a moment of pride that she's feeling because she's got a student she really believes in, somebody that also now believes in themselves, and that's because of Amanda. Her joy comes from seeing those children succeed. This year in particular, her work has been nothing short of extraordinary. She took on a group of students with diverse and significant needs, and through her patience, expertise, and relentless dedication, she's helped them grow in remarkable ways. Some students who were non-readers are now reading. Students who once struggled to participate are now actively engaged and thriving. And some students who doubted themselves now celebrate their accomplishments and are eagerly setting new goals. You should be proud, Amanda. We are. That kind of Transformation does not happen by chance. It happens because of a teacher who believes deeply in every child that walks through her door. Amanda is also a leader in our building. She collaborates with her colleagues. She leads school-wide initiatives. She supports instructional teams, and she contributes to the professional growth of those around her. Her voice is of strength, advocacy, and wisdom. She advocates for her kids. She knows what they need and what they deserve. She leads with integrity. She leads with heart. Tonight, I also want to acknowledge the people who helped shape this incredible woman and educator. Her parents, Rosanna and Joseph, I had the pleasure to meet them. I also had the pleasure to meet her family, her brother, her sister-in-law, her grandparents, and Vito. Vito, are you still here? Well, Vito was first on the food line tonight. He had to make a beeline out of here. All right. Amanda, thank you. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your joy, and especially those stories you bring to our lives. I thank you for your difference that you make for our students. It's my honor and my joy and my proud honor to thank you for being our Governor's Educator of the Year. Congratulations. You richly deserve this. And so I get to stand up here again. I'm surprised they haven't yanked me off yet. But I do have the honor and the privilege to talk about Sherry Laberty, our Staff Personnel of the Year. So, tonight Sherry is here with her husband TJ and her daughter Ashley, two people who love her deeply and wholeheartedly. When I first reached out to Ashley to let her know that her mother was being honored with this award, the phone kind of went silent for a moment. And then with emotion in her voice, she said, "Thank you. I am so happy for my mom." And it was just one of those moments of joy where it was like a genuine moment for a family. And it reminds me of how important you are to your daughter and to your family. It was really a great moment. And if you know Sherry, then you can understand exactly why that is. I first met Sherry in June of 2025 after I was first joining East Brunswick and Lawrence Brook. And so I decided to stop by the school for a visit. And my very first opportunity to get to know Lawrence Brook and all the people who make it such a very special place. Now, since it was my first visit, I came in with my A game. I had to come in all the best things I could do, all the formalities, the professionalism, everything you do as a new principal. And so as I decided to come in and start to talk with Sherry and Colleen, I noticed her desk. Everything was absolutely perfect. Every pen capped, every pencil in place. One pencil sat directly in the center of the pens, facing down. And there was a tidy stack of late slips, all perfect. Nothing was out of place. And so now many people would see that as a problem, not me. I saw that as perfection. I tend to keep my office fairly neat. I don't like a lot of mess. And I said, I can work with this. I felt pretty good. And so fast forward to the summer of planning, and I quickly realized just how right I was with my initial impression, because first impressions are not always the lasting one. She is exceptionally organized. She can recall events from months ago and then put them up on her computer screen at a moment's notice. Her ability to stop what she's doing and immediately help me is invaluable. And I have to say, as much as she pretends it's not, her sense of hearing is pretty incredible. I'd say 5 times more sensitive than Jamie Summers. For those of you young ones in the room, that's the bionic woman. Superhero quality. I can honestly say also that the office transition during the summer of 2025 went so smoothly between Colleen and me because of Sherry's extraordinary knowledge and experience. Not only has she served in the Lawrence Brook office, but she also worked in the Office of Human Resources alongside Nicole Tibbetts. And that experience gives us a lot of valuable insight. And every so often, I kind of make a mistake. And then there's Sherry with the big red flashing light and say, Peter, let's talk. So simply put, she keeps us in check, and thank you for that. She also brings balance to our team, like Joe said before. She's truly sweet to my sour. I sometimes overlook the finer touches and things like tablecloths for faculty meetings or napkins for donuts. Sherry never does. When I answer the phone, it sometimes sounds like, good morning, this is Mr. DiBernardi. How can I help you? Sherry's more like, good morning, this is Lawrence Brook School. This is Mrs. Laverty. So lovely to speak with you this beautiful morning. And somehow she gracefully goes, I'm calling to call about your son's 44th absence. That's warmth, that's grace, that's professionalism, and that's Sherry. So in many ways, she's the mother hen of our office. She makes everyone that feel cared for and everyone's supported and everyone's okay. She finds joy in all of it because that's truly who she is. There is a quote that says, behind every successful school is a secretary who knows everything that's really going on. And I can tell you with complete confidence, nothing could be more true than that for Sherry. So tonight, we celebrate Sherry, the heart of our school. Sherry, that heart is you. Congratulations on being the support staff of the year.
Hi, everyone. I'm Joanne Chmielewicz, the proud principal of Irwin School, and Mr. DiBernardi has just made me feel really self-conscious about the contents of my desk. I have a paper allergy, which he's just made me feel a little sensitive about, but that's okay. Tonight, I'm here to honor a woman who is described as a shining example of dedication, professionalism, and heart. It is my absolute pleasure to talk to you tonight about our support staff member of the year, Kathy Silver. Kathy is a member of our full-day preschool program, working with students that have intense developmental delays, and she does it every day with a smile. Kathy has been an essential part of East Brunswick's preschool program since 2016. Through her tenure, she's worked across nearly every setting, from general education to full-day self-contained programs. She's run the Ask program, and she brings the same tireless energy and commitment to every child she supports. To know Kathy is to know her incredible work ethic. She is consistently the first person to arrive at school. She is the only reason we ever have paper in the copier. She is bright and early. She sets the tables with toys and activities, and the children are met with a welcoming, joyful environment that they walk through the door. As one of her nominators noted, Kathy is the kind of teammate who sees what needs to be done and does it without being asked. A true self-starter whose initiative keeps our classroom running smoothly. But Kathy's impact goes far beyond logistics. She has an uncanny ability to notice the small things, a child's shift in mood or a quiet need, and she responds with instant warmth and skill. Whether she's leading a move and groove, she has some serious moves if you ever get a chance to see it, session when the kids get tired, expertly managing a tough behavior moment, or even beating the other aides to diaper changing, and that's in quotations, somebody wrote that. She does it all with smile and a lighthearted spirit. Her colleagues admire her just as much as her students do. One nominator shared this sentiment: Kathy Silver embodies the very best qualities of our support staff. Dedication, compassion, professionalism, and joy. Her contributions have left a lasting impact on countless children and families. Kathy, your patience, your flexibility, and your unwavering commitment to putting students first make you a truly remarkable educator and friend to all of us. We are so lucky to have your light at Irwin School. Please join me in congratulating Kathy Silver. So tonight I get to tell you about Irwin School's Teacher of the Year, Vicki Marie Wilkins. Vicki has dedicated 25 remarkable years to the East Brunswick Public Schools. Throughout her career, she's mastered the art of teaching across multiple grade levels and in both the general and special education settings. Whether she's teaching first graders to decode words or guiding fourth graders through a complex paragraph, Vicki approaches every student with a calm confidence and a deep understanding of how children learn best. What truly defines Vicki, however, is not just her tenure, but the profound sense of community that she fosters. She's involved in every fiber of Irwin School's life, from greeting families at the ice cream social, to lending her voice to the faculty choir, or serving on faculty council. As one of her nominators beautifully put it, Vicki's presence at these events is never just about participation. It's about ensuring that students feel seen, valued, and supported, both inside and outside the classroom. I'm going to pause from my speech because I have to tell you a story about something that happened at 3:30 this afternoon at Irwin School. So Vicki has a student. He's referred to affectionately as the pickpocket. The pickpocket came to us pretty much nonverbal in September, and Vicki and her team have been working with him every single day. And on the first day of school, the speech teacher said to me, when you walk him out to the bus, get him to say, "My bus is here." For 149 days, I would say, "Hey, buddy, say, my bus is here." Crickets. He would just yank me to the bus. Today, I thought it was fortuitous. For the very first time, he said, "My bus is here." In the classroom, Vicki is recognized as a master of structured literacy. I've never seen anyone who likes Orton as much as her. Like, she just really loves it. Her expertise in instruction has transformed the lives of struggling readers, replacing frustration with pride and achievement. She skillfully blends academic rigor with nurturing demeanor, creating a safe haven where curiosity thrives and students feel excited to explore. Her colleagues admire her just as much as her students do. She's described as the definition of a team player, a trusted mentor who freely shares strategies and resources to help everyone around her succeed. Another colleague shared this sentiment. Her legacy is one of quiet excellence. She doesn't ever like anyone to pay attention to her, so she's like cringing in her seat as I'm talking about her right now, but there's nobody who deserves it more. She's a teacher who changes lives, not through loud accolades, but through steady, genuine care and an enduring dedication to her craft. Vicki, your years of service represent a career devoted to teaching, professionalism, and above all, a deep love for your children, your family, and your school children as well. We are so incredibly lucky to have you on our team, and I feel lucky to have you as my friend. Please join me in congratulating our 2026 Teacher of the Year, Vicki Marie Wilkins.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Nairee Delgado, the very proud principal of Frost Elementary School. Each year, I'm given the opportunity to give a very special individual their flowers in a very special way. Okay, let me make sure I had the right one. Okay. The profession of educating children has changed tremendously over the last several years. Our students and the learning environments in which they thrive has changed in an exponential fashion. What motivates and supports the journey our students travel on depends on the teachers that stand before them, leading the way and preparing them for the unknown. Luckily, Frost students can sit before and interact with a standard of exemplary teaching. This teacher mixes old school methods with new teaching practices to create a foundation on which her students can build upon. When I think of who I would be as an elementary teacher, I think of you, Miss Mina Kim, Frost School's elementary teacher of the year. Yes, Miss Kim. Miss Kim expresses her love of students and teaching every day. She has officially reached rock star status because when she moves through the hallways, students scream her name and always run to her to sneak a hug. But in her usual Miss Kim way, she takes time to ensure that she recognizes each and every one of them to reciprocate that love. I know that when you see my name pop on your cell phone on the weekends, or see me heading down your hallway, you have that, what does she want with me now feeling on the inside? But on the outside, you smile in your normal, welcoming way. Even though you know I'm coming to strategize on how we're going to support a student, or I think we're going to have to change something up conversation, you're always willing to take the lead with me. I want you to know, because I go to you because of everything that you do for children. I appreciate who you are as a person. And I know I am preparing the next generation of educational leaders. You are a student of education, and the passion that you have to ensure that your class grows academically and socially has never to be spoken. It is evident in every student's pen stroke, every math lesson that takes place on the sidewalk with your chalk in the sidewalk as your smartboard, every high five, nod, dance move you invent during brain breaks, your presence at every PTA meeting, guiding students as a courtyard advisor, being a Frost friend, or simply having lunch with a student to chat. Always a teacher, forever a student. Miss Kim does not simply teach, she transforms. Day after day, she walks into her classroom with an unwavering belief that every child sitting before her is capable of greatness. She meets each student exactly where they are, pouring patience into the learner that needs extra support and lighting that fire into the one who's ready to soar. Her lessons are thoughtful, her expectations are high, and her heart for this work is undeniable. The results speak for themselves. And I'm not talking about assessments, but the confidence her students carry when they leave her classroom and step boldly into the next chapter of their academic journey. To be honored by your peers is one thing, but to be honored by the children who you serve is something entirely different. Ms. Kim earns that honor each and every day. On behalf of the Frost Elementary family, our staff, our parents, and most importantly, our students, I ask that you join me in celebrating a woman who has given so much of herself to our school and our community. Miss Mina Kim, your flowers are long overdue, and tonight we give them to you with the deepest gratitude and appreciation. We love you. Thank you so much for all that you do. Here. Yeah. All right. Here we go. All right. All right. With my eyes closed, I know I feel safe with this person in the room. Now multiply that times 1,000. That is what each and every student felt on a daily basis. But before an educator can tap into the minds of a student, they must feel safe. There is a freedom that comes with being a child, where you can live freely without worrying about the adult issues that bombard us each and every day. When one person can make this happen by his presence alone, you know you are truly a special individual. This special individual is none other than Officer Tim McCullough, Frost Schools Support Staff Member of the Year. All right. Starting from the moment I stepped into the building, I knew I had a meeting to go to at 7:45 every day. I would hear that, "Good morning, Doc," and we would start our morning meeting debriefs, ranging from specifics about a security drill to the latest week-long investigation on who had the best cartwheel on the playground. Officer Tim's attentions to all things that have to do with Frost kids was handled with attention with keen detail. When I mean detail, I mean detail. Any teacher in that building can contest that you better not leave your classroom without that key, not even to go next door to chat to a colleague, because you were surely going to find yourself locked out, and had to go to him to reopen your door and get that speech. And in the same way he would lock you out, he would be the first person to help the third grade team hang their decorations for the reading celebration. When it was time to plan our walking field trip, you were my first go-to. I'm a mama bear, and I did not want our students to venture off campus without you. Before I could finish the details of the plan, you gave me that, "Let's do it." However, we did not know that our walking trip would be on one of the hottest days of May. But in that hot black uniform, you marched our students there, and you stood watch over every last one of those students. Little did you know, as I traveled back and forth for the kids, I would slip you ice-cold waters to help you navigate the blazing heat as you stood watch and did not flinch or miss a beat. I knew our students were safe with you and would have the best time ever under your watch. Officer Tim is truly a teacher at heart and would have our students in the morning take a glimpse of his teaching abilities each and every day, starting with Math Mondays, where every grade level would get a math question or problem, to Fact Fun Fridays, where he would research interesting facts to see which kids knew them. And please, don't let it be a birthday. The entire Frost Avenue would hear him scream and shout and give them a high five and cheer all the way into the building. Officer Tim, every handshake, fist bump, high five, and hug that you so graciously provided each and every day helped so many students more than you know. I want you to know that the students who you work with each and every day, it meant something to them, especially my friend who was trying to learn how to play basketball. He practices his shots every day. He has gone from throwing it at the rim and missing, and now he's made his way all the way back to the three-point line, where he's throwing it in with a swoosh. These are the things that I admire about you. Officer Tim goes beyond every expectation that comes with his role, not because he's asked to do it, but it's because it's simply who he is. The job description can never capture what you do for us, Tim, because what you do is not a job, it's a calling. I thank you for always standing by my side and being my teddy bear and my pit bull when I needed you to be. I want to thank you for believing in me, and I want to thank you for making Frost the place to be. Officer Timothy McCullough is more than a title or a role. He is the heartbeat of Frost School. He was the steady presence that greeted you in the morning, the watchful eye that never missed a thing, and the warm spirit that reminds every child every single day that they matter. Excellence in education is not measured by a test score alone, but by the moments that make a school feel like home. Officer Tim has given us countless moments like those, and for that, the Frost community owes him a debt of gratitude that no reward could fully repay. So we honor you today as Frost School Support Staff Member of the Year, and we would also like to make a promise that when we see you, we show our appreciation, and that you know we are better because of the time you have spent with us. Congratulations, Officer Tim, and you are without question one of a kind.
Good evening. I am Danielle Danino, the interim principal of Chittick School. Tonight I have the privilege of honoring someone whose impact is deeply felt every day, even though she would likely prefer to stay quietly in the background. It is my honor to recognize our Chittick Support Staff Member of the Year, Kellyanne Risk. As I prepared for this evening, I spent time reading through nominations written by people who know Kelly best, teachers and staff who have worked alongside her for years. And one thing became very clear. Kellyanne is someone her colleagues rely on, trust, and deeply admire. Kellyanne has been part of the East Brunswick School District since 2015. She began her career at Memorial School and joined the Chittick School community in 2022. For nearly 10 years, she has worked in preschool, dedicating herself to supporting our young learners with care, consistency, and heart. Over and over, her colleagues described her approach as the perfect balance of caring and firm. One nominee shared that Kellyanne has a way of maintaining a classroom atmosphere that encourages respect, positive involvement, and growth. Another wrote that she brings a sense of calm to the classroom that students respond to immediately. Several colleagues spoke about her enthusiasm and her ability to motivate students to reach their potential. She is someone who doesn't just follow a program, she truly understands it. One teammate described her deep knowledge of VB-MAP and shared that Kellyanne has even helped introduce early learning programs to fill gaps in the curriculum, benefiting students well beyond her own classroom. Kellyanne's dedication outside of the school day is also evident. Multiple nominations mentioned that she spends her own time at home researching strategies, learning new approaches, and finding resources to better reach her students. More importantly, she doesn't keep the information to herself. She shares it with teachers, instructional assistants, and staff, often turnkeying what she's learned so others can benefit as well. One colleague wrote, "She has put together multiple training videos and resources that any staff member can access if they want to learn." Another shared that Kellyanne has gone to other schools to support new teachers who are struggling with behaviors or classroom programs. The willingness to help without being asked came up again and again. Kellyanne's reliability and professionalism were also key themes. Her colleagues consistently described her as someone who always follows through, both what is asked of her and her expectations for students. When a classroom teacher was out on an extended leave, Kellyanne stepped in to support the substitute teacher and ensure the class continued to run smoothly, providing consistency and stability for students during a challenging time. Perhaps the most telling comments came from a colleague who said, "It is amazing that she never won this award before. It's probably because of her quiet and humble nature." Kellyanne doesn't seek recognition. She simply shows up every day, works hard, builds strong relationships, and gives her whole heart to her students. On behalf of the entire Chittick community, thank you for your dedication, your generosity, and the care you give so freely to your students and the staff. It is truly an honor to congratulate Kellyanne Risk, Chittick's Support Staff Member of the Year. It is also my pleasure to celebrate a remarkable educator, our Chittick Teacher of the Year, Shannon Paquette. When I began gathering information for this recognition, one thing became very clear very quickly. Shannon's colleagues had so much to say, and not because they were asked to, but because they genuinely wanted to. Over and over, I read the same themes: dedication, heart, teamwork, and an unwavering commitment to students. Shannon has been part of the East Brunswick Public Schools since 2003, and she has spent every one of those years at Chittick. Over that time, she has taught nearly every grade, building an incredible base of knowledge and experience. In 2022, she took on another challenge when she joined kindergarten, a move that her colleagues consistently described as the perfect fit. One colleague shared, Shannon pours her heart and soul into everything she does. She takes every challenge like a champ and is always growing as a teacher. That sentiment came up repeatedly. Whether it's piloting the new literacy curriculum or navigating changes in instruction, Shannon doesn't shy away from what's challenging. She leans in, always with a positive attitude and a focus on what's best for students. Beyond her classroom, Shannon is the kind of colleague everyone hopes to work with. I heard things like, being in the classroom with Shannon is the best, and she's always ready to collaborate, jump in, and help. One teammate even joked that Shannon is the other half of her brain. That sense of partnership and trust speaks volumes about how deeply respected she is. Shannon has worked across multiple grade levels, supported inclusion programs, and collaborated seamlessly with co-teachers. She has also taken on leadership within her team, keeping everyone informed about curriculum changes, helping plan and organize instruction, and making sure students get consistent, high-quality learning experiences. But what may have come through the loudest in the nominations was not just Shannon the educator, but Shannon the person. Colleagues repeatedly described her as a phenomenal friend, someone who shows up, listens, and supports others in and out of the classroom. One wrote, "She has consistently been there for me and so many others. I couldn't ask for a better coworker or friend." Shannon, you embody what it means to be an educator. Your dedication, compassion, flexibility, and generosity lift everyone around you, students and adults alike. The words shared tonight come directly from those who have the privilege of working beside you, and they all say the same thing. This recognition is incredibly well-deserved. On behalf of the Chittick community, thank you for everything you do and the heart you bring to your work every single day. It is my great honor to congratulate Shannon Paquette, Chittick's Teacher of the Year.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Mike Gaskell. I'm the principal at Central Elementary. And I want to just congratulate all the award winners tonight. It's such a great group. You know, it's funny, if you've been around as long as I have, you end up knowing all of them. So congratulations to everybody I know. I told you I was going to stay on script most of the time, Mrs. Tibbetts. You know, it's also Mother's Day weekend, and I can't think of a better pair of people to talk about than on Mother's Day weekend, because they are mothers to so many children in our school, and it's a powerful impact. So I'm going to start with, tonight it's an absolute pleasure to talk a lot about someone named, wait, where am I at here? I got it. I'm honored to introduce our Educator of the Year, Miss Victoria Herrera. As our ESL teacher, Victoria does more than just teach language. She teaches confidence. Her colleagues describe her as an educator who works with both skill and heart, creating a classroom where students from all corners of the world find a sense of belonging, and that's power. Victoria is the pulse of our school's cultural celebrations. She created our Unity Project in collaboration with the junior high to foster acceptance. She organizes our annual International Night, bringing together over 200 people to celebrate the 25-plus countries represented at Central Elementary. That's recognition. And she coordinates our international parade, ensuring students stand tall and proud while carrying their flags. Beyond the big events, she's a true team player. Her colleagues say it right. She's the first to ask, "What can I do to help?" Whether she's working through the summer to help new families transition or mentoring a colleague, she meets everyone exactly where they are and helps them soar. Congratulations, Victoria. As I've gotten to know Ms. Herrera, I can attest to all that was stated about her, and I described just so many things that came from across our school. So many people had so much to say about her. She's always willing to jump in and help and work to support the entire school community. The word no is not in her vocabulary, and she always serves as an advocate for all kids. That's the kind of teacher I want on my team. I appreciate how she models character and hard work. Again, congratulations, Victoria Herrera. Next, it's my honor to introduce the support staff of the year, Mrs. Lisa Rayner. And Lisa, I learned something very new about you tonight. Did you know that her mom was the high school principal's secretary? That means she ran the district. For the past 8 years, Lisa has been an important part of our school. Our school's autism program. In a job that can be demanding and complex, her colleagues describe her as a steady and calming energy. I could not say that more. She keeps smiling. She's doing it right now, and she does it even in situations that are very challenging. That is an ideal approach in her role every day. Lisa has a special gift for communication. She works with conviction with our students on their adaptive communication devices, ensuring that every child has their voice. But perhaps her greatest quality is her resilience and optimism. As one nomination stated, no matter what a day brings, Lisa comes back to the next morning with that same big smile and a fresh state. She is also a champion of our school spirit. Lisa is the first participant in every dress-up theme, and I mean every dress-up theme, from Crazy Socks to Autism Acceptance Month, bringing joy to our hallways and contributing to a warm school climate. She's a mentor to new staff, a flexible partner to her teachers, and a fierce advocate for her students' independence. Lisa, you represent the very best of Central School. You teach us that education is not just about curriculum, but about community, empathy, and heart. On behalf of Central School, thank you for everything you do. Congratulations, my friend.
Good evening and congratulations to all of tonight's winners and honorees. I am Kristen Gristina, the proud principal at Bow Monroe Elementary School. Thank you. I am thrilled to celebrate someone whose impact is felt by our youngest learners every single day at Bow Monroe. It is truly an honor to recognize our Support Staff of the Year winner, Early Learning Academy preschool teacher, Mrs. Debbie Schaffner. When people speak about Debbie, one word consistently comes up: calm. The moment you walk into her classroom, you feel it. A sense of warmth, safety, and joy fills the space. For 3- and 4-year-olds who are often experiencing school for the very first time, that feeling matters more than words can capture. Debbie creates a classroom where confidence grows and learning feels joyful. Debbie has a remarkable ability to connect with young children. She meets every child exactly where they are, recognizing their strengths, supporting them with their challenges, and guiding them forward with her patience and her kindness. Whether she's leading circle time, guiding little hands through an art project, using puppets to spark imagination, or helping a child navigate big emotions, Debbie approaches every moment with grace and compassion. Her classroom is not just a place for learning letters and numbers. It is where children learn kindness, build confidence, and practice being caring friends. You can see Debbie's influence in the way her students move through the school. Her 3- and 4-year-olds are the quietest and most well-behaved in the building, walking calmly together, whether arriving in the morning or heading out at the end of the day. Most importantly, they come to school happy, smiling, eager, and tear-free because they have learned that school is a place of love and care, and they are so happy to be with Mrs. Schaffner each and every day. Perhaps what stands out most about Debbie is the intentional way she blends skill, care, and joy in her teaching. She understands that young children learn best when they feel free to be themselves. Debbie is unafraid to be silly, using music, movement, messy hands-on projects, and even silly voices to spark curiosity and connection. Through thoughtful routines, patience, and genuine warmth, she creates an environment where preschoolers feel confident taking risks, expressing themselves, and learning through play. Her approach defines what school should feel like for our youngest learners and highlights the powerful impact of a teacher who leads with both expertise and heart. Our preschool families feel Debbie's impact just as strongly. Parents consistently share how much their children look forward to coming to school each day. From the very beginning, Debbie builds strong relationships with parents, earning their trust through her compassion, attentiveness, and genuine care. She understands that preschool marks the start of a new journey for many families, and she ensures that journey begins with security, confidence, and excitement. Debbie is intentional about ensuring her preschool students feel fully included in the larger Bowman-Rowe community, while also building strong, meaningful relationships with our staff throughout the building. She regularly collaborates with K-4 colleagues by welcoming older students into her classroom as helpers, inviting students to read to her class, attending assemblies, and participating in school-wide activities. These experiences allow her preschoolers to see themselves as valued members of the school from an early age, fostering a sense of belonging, while reminding the wider school community of the importance and joy of the early childhood years. That same commitment to connection extends to Debbie's relationships with her colleagues. She is a deeply respected and valued member of the Bowman-Rowe staff. Her instructional assistants consistently praise her collaborative nature, her professionalism, and positive presence in the classroom. Her team loves working with her because she is kind, supportive, easygoing, and hardworking. Beyond the classroom, Debbie actively engages in school life through her involvement in the Sunshine Club, where she enthusiastically supports celebrations, generously shares her baking, and regularly attends staff gatherings and events. Through her inclusive approach with both students and staff, Debbie strengthens the sense of community that defines our school. Debbie Schaffner is an invaluable member of the Bowman-Rowe community. Her kindness, patience, and commitment to students make her more than deserving of this honor. So please join me in congratulating our Support Staff of the Year winner, Mrs. Debbie Schaffner. And tonight, the Bound Monroe community is proud to honor someone whose impact cannot be measured in lesson plans, test scores, or bulletin boards, though hers are exceptional. We are celebrating a teacher whose influence is felt in laughter down the hallway, in confidence-building conversations, in moments of kindness that often go unseen, and in a classroom that feels much more like home than school. It is my great honor to recognize Karen Grant, third grade teacher at Bound Monroe, as an outstanding educator, one who is truly deserving of this recognition. If you have ever spent even 5 minutes near Karen's classroom, you know exactly what makes her so very special. There is energy, there is joy, there is love, conversation, fun, and underneath it all, a deep sense of purpose. Karen's classroom is alive, not just with learning, but with connection. Karen believes wholeheartedly that learning starts when students know they are safe and cared for. Every child who has been in her classroom learns that they belong there. She meets every student exactly where they are academically, socially, and emotionally, and then she helps them grow in ways that are both meaningful and lasting. Her lessons are meticulously crafted, thoughtfully differentiated, and infused with creativity, but it's her unwavering belief in students that truly sets her apart. Her students adore her, and it's no surprise why. Karen brings learning to life with her playful, silly demeanor, her warmth, and her ability to make even the hardest moments feel manageable. She understands the whole child. She notices when a student needs a break to reset their day, or when they need encouragement, a hug, or a trusted adult who truly understands them. Her care goes far beyond the curriculum, and her students never forget that. Her work with students extends beyond her own classroom walls. Through initiatives like her garden club, Karen gives students opportunities to explore curiosity, responsibility, and care for the world around them. She creates experiences that live on well beyond third grade, and she helps students discover confidence in themselves as learners and as people. In addition, Karen is a force of positivity within the Bound Monroe community. She is a leader, a cheerleader, and often the creative spark behind moments that bring staff together. Whether serving on the climate and safety team, heading special projects and school events like last year's slime run, decorating the staff room or our hallways for celebrations, sharing her famous homemade coffee cake, or quietly supporting a colleague after a long day, Karen shows up fully and generously. Known for her love of remodeling and decorating, Karen is the staff member who will climb bookshelves and stack chairs to reach and repair your air conditioner. She'll lug home a bench from the hallway to tighten up the screws and repurpose it for the main office. And, my absolute favorite, she even brought her electronic sander to school one summer in an attempt to clean decades of old glue off the brick walls to try to improve the overall aesthetic of the building. And then there's her role as mentor and teammate. Karen just doesn't just collaborate, she uplifts. She's the one encouraging everyone else, sharing ideas, celebrating great teaching, and reminding everyone around her why they chose this profession in the first place. Karen's enthusiasm is contagious, her kindness is genuine, and her belief in others makes people better simply by being around her. Karen is committed to being a lifelong learner. She's always willing to make thoughtful refinements to her teaching. She's eager to talk about her work, receive feedback, and she uses that feedback to make intentional, meaningful adjustments that elevate learning for her students. Her drive isn't about fixing something that's broken, it's about continuously reaching for even better because her students deserve nothing less. Karen Grant reminds us that teaching is not just about instruction, it's about impact. She changes the experience of school for her students. She creates a space where children feel confident and proud of who they are. And she strengthens our entire school community through her generosity, creativity, and commitment to kids. Karen, your passion, your heart, and your dedication shine through in everything that you do. And not to sound cliche, but really, you do not just teach, you inspire. And we are all better because of you. Please join me in celebrating an extraordinary educator, colleague, and human being, Mrs. Karen Grant.
our story is not over yet. Here are our staff members being recognized for 25 years of service. As I say your name, please come to the front for your certificate and pin. The pins, I keep hoping, just like the Hawaiian shirts at the high school, they're going to catch on. So I'm hoping these pins will catch on too. Our 25 years of service honorees, Margaret Augusta, Tiffany Bloor, Melissa Farrell, Elizabeth Kenny Stein, Aileen Larison, Colleen Laudine, Joanne Mariani, Anne Moulane, Russell Petranco, Dana Polson, Cheryl Polsine Moore, Christine Shea, Nancy Takis, Christina Tregillis. Susan Turek. Jennifer Tussin-Swakowski. And those who cannot be here with us this evening, but we want to recognize them anyway. Reza Berkovich, Maria Cecilia Cortez Fabrizio, Barry Doucette, Michelle Green, Melissa Griegel, Jacqueline Grosser, Christopher Kenny, Nicholas Latronica, Lisa Oliveri, Roseanne Pancione, Karen Polzninski, Nicole Reddy, Gregory Rutz, Catherine Segreto, Jeffrey Smith, Michael Selecki, Sarah Wildler, Michael Wildermuth, and Kelly Williams. And while she's also unable to join us this evening, a very special recognition to Maria Samolka, who has been working in our schools for 40 years. A standing ovation well deserved. Congratulations to all of our award recipients. I will now turn the meeting back over to President Tanyos.
Okay, thank you, and congratulations to all of our award recipients this evening. At this time, we'd like to invite, we will call for a recess, and we'd like to invite our staff and our attendees to the cafeteria for refreshments courtesy of the EBEA. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to give Jane a break and let her go first with the student representatives report.
Thank you. Hi, good evening, everyone. I would like to say congratulations to all the teacher and support staff for being recognized for their awards and accomplishments today. Your hard work and dedication are inspiring to all of us students. As we head into the final stretch of the school year, it's beginning to get a little packed. AP exams are officially underway, and I can confidently say that I think I got a 5 on my AP Lit yesterday. Still have a lot of studying to do, but it's everyone's still testing. Good luck, and you've got this. We've also had so many incredible student achievements recently. We have our Honor Society inductions coming up. Congratulations to our Rho Kappa inductees, students participating in World Language Honor Societies, and the upcoming Music and Arts Honor Society inductions. On May 8th, we have our annual movie night featuring Pitch Perfect, and freshmen are welcome to buy tickets at the door. Cabaret night, hosted by our drama club, will also take place May 8th at 6 p.m., and Collision is coming up on May 15th. Be sure to support our amazing performing arts students at the chorus concert on May 14th and the band and orchestra concert on May 19th. Our newly inducted alumni, Dr. Blackman, who helped develop a drug that assists children with cancer, recently spoke with students alongside alumni inductee and NFL reporter Aditi Kinabwala. They shared their experiences and career journeys, giving students valuable advice and motivation for their future. A huge congratulations as well to our mock trial team for placing in the top 6 in the state. This week is also Teacher Appreciation Week, and I'd love to personally thank all of the teachers who have helped shape me into the person I am today. Words honestly can't express the admiration and gratitude I have for everything you do every single day. Your patience, support, and encouragement truly make a difference in our students' lives. We also have more exciting academic opportunities ahead, including the Waxman presentations on May 21st with Ms. Drescher, where students will present their own scientific research, and FBLA's Business Night on Careers on May 29th. As seniors, these last few months are starting to feel very sentimental, and I'm proud to say I'm committed to Rutgers University. Between events, graduations, preparations, and finishing the year strong, it's becoming more real that our time here is coming to an end. We have Decision Day on June 3rd, where we'll celebrate everyone's future plans, and Senior Sunset on June 18th. One final opportunity to spend time together before graduation. It's bittersweet, but I think I speak for many seniors when I say we're grateful for every memory, every teacher, every friendship, and every opportunity that brought us to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Okay, we are moving on to our CKLA curriculum presentation.
Good evening. I just want to start off by saying I do have some slides today, just really to aid the conversation. I want to start off by saying that, teaching reading is not accomplished in one way. If anybody tells you, any program tells you that they have the answer to the teaching of reading, they do not. And so I've been thinking a lot about this. There's a lot of rhetoric and all of that stuff, and I have spent over 20 of my 25 years immersing myself in literacy. It is my area of expertise. It is what I love to do, and often a lot of people who don't know much about literacy tend to talk about what literacy and what the teaching of reading is. So there's just way too many variables to consider. I will still take a highly effective teacher over any one program. It is why the plan I put forward to hopefully support the board's approval of CKLA tonight is really focused on supporting our teachers so that they add more strategies to their repertoire. Science of reading speaks to that all students need explicit and systematic phonics instruction and phonemic awareness. And in order to learn how to decode and all of that, and then you have balanced literacy on the other side and what it says to do. Either way, it's not complete. So what we offer before you is a professional learning and training plan. When we talked about this at the curriculum committee, we had questions left, and we talked about how are we going to make sure that there's oversight for what we want to do. I know Dr. Boldy's going to jump in as I go through it. So what we talked about is really looking at a multi-phase rollout training model with an initial launch and sustained follow-up sessions across the year. It cannot be a one-and-done thing. And to that end, we've been able to add one literacy coach to help support the K-2 adoption of CKLA. We're going to be focused on grade-specific training on skills and knowledge strands to ensure instructional coherence, not just in K-2, but across the board K-5. We're planning to embed coaching cycles where we have modeling, where our teachers who've had the opportunity all year to pilot and do some work with CKLA serve as a beacon for their teachers for the new teachers who will be adopting this, the co-teaching, the feedback cycles, so that we can move from compliance to strong practice. We also have engaged CKLA. We met this past week. We're waiting on them for answers to grades 3, 4, but there are going to be vendor-supported sessions paired with internal curriculum leaders to contextualize for our district needs.
And Dr. Mammon, I'd just like to add that I think it's important for everyone to understand this is part of what we've been talking about, a comprehensive literacy plan K-8. So this is one piece of moving towards that.
Yes, so, yes, we did talk about that this is part of a district-wide literacy strategy, right? 'Cause that this is the foundation for kids learning how to read, and we need to get it right. But beyond learning how to read, we have to figure out and strengthen the reading to learn across all content areas. Because there is a language of science, there is a language of social studies. And so how do we go ahead in supporting that? We know that there has to be leadership. And so we are looking at a plan for leadership team planning. And this looks like a formation of a K-2 literacy implementation team of curriculum persons, principals, coaches, specialists. We're instituting monthly data review cycles aligned to the CKLA units and assessments. Working on clear look-fors for classroom walkthroughs to ensure consistencies across schools, alignment of CKLA with district literacy goals, strengthening Tier 1 expectations and intervention systems. And we're also going to be really focused on grades 3 for alignment and for potential future adoption. And what that looks like for us, I know that at the curriculum committee meeting, one of the concerns people had and we've since heard from parents and community at large was, what about 3, 4, and the kids who've had the opportunity to be in the pilot classes this year as they go into 3rd and 4th grade, are we going to leave them alone? So we've definitely had the conversation of looping in 2 of our buildings where CKLA was piloted, right? I think that was Wonsdorfer and Lawrenceburg. And we're waiting on CKLA. We had a meeting with them today for the extra classes for the teachers who would need them and the training. So they're going to get back to us. They were very supportive of that plan and willing to help us out.
And the principals are fully aware and on board.
Okay.
I do also think that it's quite important that we are capitalizing on our teacher leaders. Those who piloted this year have the expertise to guide and work with their colleagues and, show them what worked, what didn't work, and what pitfalls they might be able to avoid.
And so, because we want to invest in our teachers and their timing and their ability to do their work, we know that teachers learn best from each other. They need time to come together and learn from each other and share best practices and what's working. We are working on lunch and learn sessions that will be focused on some of these concepts of lesson internalization and pacing, even the differentiation within the CKLA lessons and supporting multilingual learners and students with IEPs. There's already meetings that are ongoing with the special education department to see how we do that. And then just basic learning communities are going to be centered on student work and not just pacing. And we've been hearing a lot from our teachers in terms of what they need in order to be able to support this work. Our teachers are really excited, not just the K-2 teachers, even the 3, 4, 5 that are willing to just dive in and try some new things. And so we want to capitalize on that. Creation of shared resource hubs is one of the things we're bringing teachers back together for the summer to do. We've doubled the, at least in the budget that we're bringing forth, and just professional development. We've doubled that, right? I think we're doing more than double what we've done in the past.
Yes.
And this is, again, all towards for the teachers, because this is not going to work without them, without our teachers and their abilities to be comfortable in what it is that we need them to do on behalf of our kids. So we want to invest that time and money, bringing them back in the summer. We also want to make sure that in June, I believe, Joyce, June, while all the teachers are here, that we're able to.
Yes, with the board's approval this evening, we have planned to kick off and launch PD starting in June and throughout this summer and all throughout next school year. We want the teachers to have that training before the school year gets out, get their resources and materials before school gets out, so that they have the time to really go through everything.
And as we move towards this all year across the board, understanding that it won't just be in our K-2 classrooms, but we want dedicated job-embedded time for our teachers so that they can plan collaboratively using CKLA materials, data analysis as tied to the unit and benchmark assessments, vertical articulation to ensure skill progression. But in addition to that, there is work that's going to be done in the summer to fortify grades 3 and 4 of our units of study, right, that we will still be using. We know for sure that when we look at the what makes up for good reading instruction, that vocabulary is a piece that we need to kind of fill that gap within the units of study, and we want to do that. That work with flexible PD sessions driven by teacher feedback time is why we're instituting WIN time. And what we love about WIN time is that it will strengthen, WIN is what I need. It will strengthen our tier 1, because we do believe our tier 1 should be an avenue where at least most of our kids have access to the curriculum, whatever that looks like. So I've met with elementary principals, Joyce, I think we did a couple weeks ago, to really start to work out what that schedule looks like. We've committed funds for sub-coverage or adjusted schedules during key implementations, milestones across the board. So I'm feeling very confident in terms of what it is we've put in place to help support students so that there's a clear, as we integrate CKLA with existing intervention frameworks, we can create a clear MTSS program. That is our multi-tiered systems of support being very clear about not just tiered supports in academics, but tiered supports in SEL, tiered supports in behavior. So we're really looking at a comprehensive and systematic look at what we do. So this is, yes, it started with CKLA, but it goes beyond that. As we've looked at what we can do to strengthen all of our instructional programming, these are the gaps that we see that we truly believe we have some of those pieces, and they're excited to be able to delve into them for next year. Joyce, did you want to add?
I think that, you know, as you mentioned, the MTSS and the tiered supports, you know, certain pieces, like you said, are in place now. I think it's important that we are confident that everyone is on the same page and all systems are coherent across the buildings. That's a key piece that we need to work on.
That's a very good point. So in addition to targeting supports for students needing additional phonics or comprehension reinforcement, I know the district has committed to, how many teachers are taking the letters?
All of our reading specialists are currently taking the 2-year letters training.
And I think that's just a huge, very important investment that's not just going to help the early grades, but just across the board, K-5, K-6?
Yes, okay. And as well as all of the ESL teachers and all of the special education teachers and all of the basic skills teachers are Orton trained at this time. Some are moving further to be Orton certified.
Okay. And so this is going to help us to really be able to monitor progress because we'll have different data sets and different people looking at different sets of data and evidence to support the work that's being done, and to see clearly how kids are doing in 4 to 6 week cycle. And we know this is important. We often say it, but I think the difference here is we're not just saying it, we're dedicating the time for it. Our teachers have talked about not having enough time to do some of this work, and not because they don't know how to do it or they don't want to do it, but they often have a lot to do just day to day. So pulling and investing in substitutes for key time periods for teachers to be able to come out and really talk about kids work and how they're doing so that we can target instruction accordingly is going to be the key to the success. And we learn lessons, right? I've been talking to teachers who even piloted the other program. They've learned a lot that they are willing and know that they can apply, that these are skills that transfer regardless of what program we use. And so what you're seeing is just a timeline for the work that I just described that we're going to be doing. I think you all have that in front of you. And if you see I know grades 3 and 4, the vocabulary and conventions, we're confident that this is something that we need to do that will make a huge difference and fortify what we already have pending 27, 28 adoption of 3, 4, 5 at the very minimum.
And the slide does say grades 3 and 4. It's important to note that 5th and 6th grade already have their literacy lab time built into their schedule, and that's time where they're committed to working on vocabulary conventions and extended time for reading.
And one of the things we've talked about is we need to be able, what is going to be our measure of success? That, for me, is important to come back, and I cannot wait to be able to report back and say, this is how our kids are doing. I think that's going to be really important. And because we've spent a lot of time talking about this, we understand what that data needs to look like, and we've already put structures in place to begin to collect that data. I think that's going to be really important for us to start a fresh year, at least for me, certainly. I can't wait for July 1, where some of this work, we can lay that foundation, tweak the areas that we struggled with, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And then have the people in place and the time in place so that we're able to really kind of pull the data that I know that the board needs to be able to feel very comfortable in supporting this. So as a result, we will have classroom walkthroughs. This is from the leadership team, right? The principals, myself, the director, Dr. Bowley. This is something that it's already being scheduled monthly in my calendar for 26, 27. The look-fors, the data analysis of student performance every 4 to 6 weeks, and targeted faculty and grade level meetings based on data. In fact, some of the principals have said that they're willing to use time that they have with their staff to really dig in that way and find creative ways to have grade level meetings where they look at data, because they know that that's the expectation and that's what we're looking for. So I feel confident and I'm hopeful that as we move forward with the board, we'll move forward with the recommendation for the board, that this is something that I'm confident we can deliver on.
Antoinette, then Wilbur.
Thank you for that presentation. I have several questions. I'm sure you're excited about them.
Always.
Okay, first, for the parents and the families who are watching who might not know what RTI and MTSS stands for, would you be able to explain that? And would you be able to let the families know what some of the interventions will be once you recognize those gaps?
Okay, so RTI is response to intervention. That means that when we identify an area of need, that we're able to say, this is what this child needs, right? Depending on that 6 or the part of the unit that we're in and what the kids need in order to be able to move them forward. MTSS is a multi-tiered system of support. So what that means is that, we look at our 100%, you look at a class or a school or a grade level, and you say, our curriculum that is written and that is taught and learned and assessed that at least 80% of our kids have access to it just in the regular classroom. And that the kids who are struggling, depending on what level of struggle, could be the second tier and the third tier. So typically, it's like 70, 80% tier one, they have access. And that we're saying that the strategies we use in the general education classroom, the general setting, right, that we're teaching to the kids in front of us and not to a certain type of kid. So we're saying that there are visuals for those kids who need that we don't just say things, that we show them, that it's tactile, that they're able to kind of, play around with words and put the words together to make sentences, or identify a letter and know the sound that goes with it, and so on and so forth. And so that if a child at any breakdown of that system does not understand what they need to move on to the next level, you can pull them out and work with them so that they can get over that hump, go back to the main class, and then continue to do that. So that's a tiered system of support. One of the things that can help us do that, next year will be the second year of the universal screener. I think that there will be more expertise there, so that when you screen, you're like, okay, I've taken a screen, there's a screener, and this is where you fall in. This is fine for the general ed classroom. We can address what you need in order for you to grow. But if you are at a certain different levels, well, not only do you need the general instruction, you might need in a small group to be able to do some more targeted work, or be able to have a basic skills teacher work with you, or to be able to have a reading specialist work to you. What we weren't able to do that much this year, because Universal Screener was new, based on my understanding, right, and based on what I've seen, was that we weren't able, and Joyce, you can speak to that, it wasn't, because we already allocated resources in terms of staff, and there were budget cuts, and certain schools were sharing certain specialists, that presented a challenge. And I know that that's a lot of what people complained about.
Yes, as well as the professional development over the last few years with the budget, things have been scaled back significantly.
Thank you. So you mentioned that there will be multiple versions of professional development beginning in June while the teachers are here, but I also heard throughout the summer. Can you elaborate if it's going to be a virtual learning experience, or in person, or is it mandatory or volunteer?
So the one in June when teachers are here is mandatory because they are here, and we can offer, part of it is we're paying for subs to cover certain teachers so that they can go through. That is a non-negotiable across the board. Am I correct in saying that, Joyce?
That's correct.
In the summer, we can only invite. So did the book,
The catalog, the summer PD catalog. Teachers will be paid and compensated for coming, but we can't mandate that they come in the summer.
We can't mandate everyone, yeah. But it's in person, not virtual.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask, because is it going to be multiple sessions? Because obviously, summertime is their break time, they're on
Yes.
vacations, they're away. So
Yes.
how many sessions will it be?
I'm not sure.
There's many sessions planned in the summer, but none of that, anything in the summer is going to be an extension of what they learned in June. There's nothing new being presented because we want to ensure that everybody's getting the same message.
And I know that when we come back, one of the days, either the
Yes,
first or
the
the
first
second
day,
day,
yeah.
one of the first days will then fill the gap for that first unit
Yes.
of what they might need. So we have it kind of worked out, at least the first half of the year, in conversations with CKLA, but we also, right, you plan out, we talked about responding to intervention. We want to see where the need is after that so that we can then respond and provide. But there is a commitment all year for a sustained, ongoing professional learning opportunities for our teachers around this.
And thankfully, we have that job-embedded coaching with the instructional coach, being able to go right into the classroom and model and work right alongside the teachers.
That will be an additional instructional coach we're putting forward in the budget just because we realize how important this is. So doing that in multiple different ways, we feel that it's more than we've had, and that it's going to yield great results.
Just two last questions. This one is like a two-part question.
Yes.
So I'm not in the curriculum committee, so I'm not aware if there was updated numbers, but I'm going based on the presentation that was given to us a few months ago. So the 37, if I'm not mistaken, 37% of the readers were below benchmark, and I'm wondering what the goal would be for next year. Obviously, you always want to improve, correct? So obviously, it was a pilot, and it was a small group of students, but now you're going to incorporate all K through 2. What is your goal? Is it to improve it by 5%, 10%?
We talked about 10%, that we want to talk about 10% because we are thinking about summer slide, but also wanting to be progressive, at least for that first part of the year, that we should be able to have, to improve by at least 10% or lower instead of 37. 10%. Obviously, I want 0, but I have to be realistic.
Right.
But the other piece of it is that we added, was the ESL, the language studio?
Yes, that the board thankfully approved recently, the language, Imagine Learning Language and Literacy. That's being rolled out in the ESL classrooms, and we're excited because that does monitor language acquisition growth, as well as the language studio piece of CKLA, which will be helping students access the reading curriculum. We did have that gentleman with us today to start that audit of the ESL program, and we're looking forward to sharing the results of that as well. Just one more thing back to the MTSS, Dr. Mammon and I are also talking about not only the tiered systems of supports for academics, but also for behavior and for social emotional. I think it's looking at the whole child is very important.
Because what we, as we disaggregated that data, I know Dr. Pan had told me specifically to look at the special education classes that were a part of this. And so in looking at some of that and accounting for why the scores were what they were, it had to do with SEL. And so we can't just look at academics by itself. We really have to have a clear system of support for behavior. We're seeing extreme behaviors, right? So we have to figure out how we address that tier 1, tier 2. Like, what's a tier 1 behavior that has to be addressed, right? That has to be embedded in what that looks like. And then SEL, what are some of those social emotional learning supports we have to put in? So we have a lot of work ahead of us, but it's not anything that's not been done before that we don't have capable people to do. And so when we disaggregated that data, that had a direct effect on how some of the students did. ESL students had when you saw those percentages of the kids that were low, so wanting to understand whether it's about the language acquisition, what was that piece that was missing, is what's taking us to do some of this audit work now so that we can hit the ground running. So it's really a whole system approach. It's not any one thing. Like a program out of a box is not going to solve the problem.
Okay.
But a good teacher will.
And then my final question, because every decision that we make on this board, right up here, is going to affect all the people that were just sitting in here, this room, just a few minutes ago.
Yes.
And I want to set them up for success.
Yes.
So when I'm making a decision, I have to also make sure that they're being given everything that they need to be successful. So this question is not a popular question, but it's got to be asked. How much does this curriculum cost for the K through 2, and how much would it cost for it to be K through 5?
Joe?
I don't have the quotes in front of me, but K through 5 is over $800,000. Just the curriculum,
without
not
the
the PD, anything like that. So K to 2 is approximately half. That is a little bit less than half of that. It's based off of enrollment and projected enrollment over the 5-year commitment.
And we feel confident that even though we can't offer this curriculum in full and with the professional development to the 3 to 5 teachers, that they would still be able to get the support amongst each other. And
I am confident. I am confident because I have looked at the units of study and that data that's coming out of the units of study. Our kids are doing well, right? There are gaps and inconsistencies, but the gaps are not across the board. It's the inconsistencies. That's why we wanted to really build the coherence, yes. So that's what we saw. We saw pockets of that messes up the data, but then when you dig deeper, you see why. We've cut support for teachers in terms of professional development in the last how many years? You know, so you see that we've reduced our literacy coaches from reading specialists, from what I understand, or am I?
All of the coaches were eliminated.
Were eliminated.
Well, that's why I'm asking if the budget that we're spending for this curriculum for K through 2 is going to make sure those teachers do have what they need in full.
Yes, that's why we're not just buying, we're not saying just buy K2. That's why we've added professional development, and that's why we're hiring an instructional coach just to support K2.
I remember during the presentation that they said pacing was one of the feedbacks of the teacher. How are you guys addressing that?
So I think we've allotted 150 minutes was what they had for literacy, but the pacing for this needs 120. So that 30 minutes is where we're getting win time from. We're not taking away from social studies time or science time or anything. So we're just looking at, we've always had 150, and we're just kind of reallocating it, right?
That's right, and we
okay.
have dedicated time to work with the resource room teachers on ensuring that the program is implemented to meet the needs of the students that they're serving as well.
All right, thank you guys for answering. You actually answered a lot of other questions that I had here, so I appreciate it.
I was prepared.
I know.
No, Wilbur.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. You did bring up my previous questions about special education, and just for clarity, the issue in terms of reporting that data earlier was that the class sizes are small enough that if we looked at special education data, that we might actually be able to identify individual students in reporting that data, and of course we don't want to do that. So what have you been able to see in looking at the data in aggregate without, getting into trouble?
Just in general, I don't want to get in trouble, but just in general, and I've been able to meet with Louise and her team. Melissa Caruso has been instrumental in this. She's worked closely with Meryl B. Courtney, and so what we saw in terms of the students who are in, we call in-class support, needed some modifications, slight modifications of the program in order for them to have access to it, but they did. It was the pacing of it, I think, that we saw where that was. So it wasn't necessarily that they were not getting it, it was the pace was even slower than the pace of the class. So part of why we need that win is to be able to use that time to catch them up. So we've really learned from this pilot in a way that I believe really strengthens the system as a whole, which is why we do pilots, right? So that we can see areas that we can address. Now, are we addressing every area? No. We've identified what the key pieces are that can self-correct the other pieces. So I'm excited to kind of do that work.
I'd also like to add on that in talking a lot with the teachers, the special ed teachers in particular, often there's a time constraint with doing the grade level curriculum and doing IEP goals. So this WIN opportunity will provide extra time so that they can really individualize and give each child what they need.
Okay, so the specific question is there any indication that adopting this curriculum will be detrimental to the special education students in any way?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
Absolutely not.
I think what we have to do is that professional learning piece is going to be really important, because time for teachers to sit together and determine what works and be able to kind of look at each IEP goal for the kids, especially the ones that can do it, because we have different programs. There are certain programs that this will, special education programs that this will not be for, but for the ones that they are for, is the planning together and coming together to really kind of identify those key skills within and say, okay, this is important, we have to do this, we're going to see it again. So even if they don't get it to 100% or 80%, we know that they're going to see it again, and this is a critical skill. So that type of work and collaboration among teachers is going to be really important. Time for them to be able to do that and execute it's going to be really important. That's why I'm really hedging a lot of that plan on the PD, professional learning for our teachers, and the support for our teachers. It's not because I don't trust programs, even though I don't. I still believe a highly effective teacher who has time and the resources and the ability to plan with their fellow teachers is still the most important piece for a student's success.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, I have a few more.
No
Dr. Boley, you had mentioned that every teacher has been Orton trained. Is that, did I hear that correctly?
The reading specialists,
This
the
is-
ESL teachers, and the special education teachers.
Okay, all right. And some of them have been certified, and we
Yes.
all know that there's a difference between being trained and being certified. So can you give me a better idea of what percentage of the specialists and so on have been certified and what the long-term goal might be?
I would say at this point, off the top of my head, I think we could safely say we have at least one certified in every building. Our long-term plan is to obviously expand that bank. I know a vision of the special ed department is to have an Orton certified team or cadre in each building who could meet the needs of all the students in the school and provide, you know, a tier 2 or tier 3 time with all the students who could benefit from that.
Is one per building enough?
I couldn't say off the top of my head the needs of each building. I would say that we would definitely want to encourage more. We can't mandate that teachers opt into this. It's quite a commitment of learning. But we are working towards encouraging, and we do have a new batch of teachers who are interested to start off for next year.
Are there any metrics that we're using to see if the one per building that we have right now is enough or
Well,
not?
currently they're working with the students who are on their caseload. I can definitely work with Louise, and we can take a look at what students have this in their IEP and who's working with them. If that would be helpful, we could, yes.
Yeah, we could. And I think beyond that, it's not, you know, I know what you're going, because I don't want just one. Just want to say, maybe next year I'm going to ask for a couple more, if we're able to pass this budget. I think what that does is one teacher can only service so many kids.
Right.
And so when you have two, then it allows you to serve even more. But the goal is to build the capacity of our teachers, of our gen ed teachers, so that they're meeting the needs of more kids in a general ed classroom, which then kind of reduces the numbers for tier 2 and 3. So when you strengthen tier 1, right, because your main curriculum should be reaching majority of your kids. That's the work. And in order to do that, you have to make sure that there's a curriculum that is responsive to the child in the classroom today, not the one the curriculum is written for, some arbitrary, but really looking at what the kids need. You heard this evening about a lot of our teachers meeting the kids where they are. That's what we're talking about, right? So tweaking the curriculum to make sure that it's expanded and open to meet the needs of most of our kids. It's the same thing. Like when I was teaching 4th grade, if a kid said a bad word, I'm sending that kid to the principal. Now, I can't do that because there are other things that the kid needs to go see the principal for. So now the teacher has to address things like that. And that's kind of like the concept. And so if we give teachers time to come together and really kind of build and learn from each other and the different strategies that are working, and you put that together as a bank, that allows you to reach more kids and then lowers the number. But I'll take extra
Sure, yeah.
specialists in every building.
Right,
next year.
and where I'm coming from is that, you know, this certainly is a good start, but it is just a start.
It is a start, for sure.
It's not good to have a start without a plan in terms of, that includes setting a goal as to where you want to be and how you're going to get there. So that's why I was asking. In terms of the curriculum that's being developed for grades 3 and 4, who is, can you be more detailed as to who's developing this curriculum? Who's going to be involved with
The
this?
teachers, the reading specialists will be coming together and working on this project.
Okay. And it said that we're using the read aloud text, which I assume are the ones that we already have in Patterns of Power. Why Patterns of Power? I looked it up a little bit, and it seems okay. It seemed like it was free, which is always a bonus, but why that particular program besides the cost?
Several of the teachers are already using pieces of that in their classrooms, and they're finding success with that. This was an expansion of that work that they had already started.
Okay. Is it aligned with the whole structured literacy approach that we're moving to?
Yes, and they're using this outside of their reading period. They're using this in the literacy lab time.
Okay. So, are there any anticipated issues with kids completing grade 2 with CKLA and then moving on to grade 3 with this?
No.
Well, those students will continue with CKLA.
The ones in
This
one
isn't,
stuff
we're talking
are-
about 5th and 6th grade. Oh, I'm sorry.
The one stuffer in
The
Lawrenceburg.
children in 2nd grade will continue.
Okay. In one stuffer in Lawrenceburg?
Yes.
Wait, then what I'm talking about is the curriculum being developed for grades 3 and 4, right?
Oh, the
Okay.
vocabulary
Yeah.
pieces.
Yeah. And the first thing on that slide said June
He's
2026.
on slide 8.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, develop curricular materials using existing read aloud text and patterns of power.
Right.
And I was asking, I was just wanting to make sure that this was aligned with the whole
Yes, and
structured
students who are
literacy.
currently experiencing CKLA will continue that
Will
next year.
continue on
They'll be with their,
Okay.
we'll be expanding the pilot for the teachers to continue that for next year for those students.
And the read aloud texts and that we're using for patterns of power and what's being developed is in line with the structured literacy.
Yes.
Okay. Last question. I remember when we were talking about the data gathering for the pilot, that there was only one assessment that was done over the, if I remember correctly, there was the DIBELS and then there was one assessment and that was done. And it was because there was a concern that, over-assessing the students would be too much of a burden for them. The downside, as I see it, is that we get one data point over that period of time, but, fine. But now it says that we're doing an analysis of student performance every 4 to 6 weeks. So there seems to be a bit of a disconnect between what we were told earlier and what we're looking at now. So I was hoping you could resolve that for me.
This CKLA is broken into skills and knowledge, and there's assessments regularly in that program. So we'll be looking at student achievement in that area, as well as looking at the DIBELS results.
So was there a reason during the pilot that we couldn't have done the same thing?
We did. We didn't want to give the students in CKLA all of their assessments, and then also the assessments that the non-pilot students were taking on top of all of that. But we did end up giving them the common assessments, which we presented at the last curriculum committee meeting.
Okay.
Lori?
Thanks.
Thank you for
Lori,
the,
Go ahead.
thank you for the presentation, and again, thank you for, to everybody that's part of the curriculum committee, because this definitely has been doing a lot of work. One of my questions has to do with families and parents, and how will we inform them about the changes in literacy instruction? I know for the pilot, there was the opportunity for parents to kind of jump on a webinar and learn about it. Will we be offering the same option?
So that's a great question. On the district website, there is a tile with all the information that one could want. So that will be updated and left on the website, as well as each school is going to be planning a literacy night where the parents can come into the classroom and see the classroom environment and see the materials, and the teacher can share with them how the program's going. We haven't planned all the details out, but it would be nice if they could bring their child with them, and the child could talk about their experience in the classroom, and as well as having more virtual sessions with the company to provide that general overview.
Okay. Thank you. Will there be opportunities throughout the year for parent and student feedback?
Absolutely, and teacher feedback. Yes, I think survey and, informal conversations are very critical.
Okay, thank you. I know in our second curriculum committee meeting, towards the end, we talked about the teacher buy-in and everybody rowing in the same direction. So how can we ensure teacher buy-in and that teachers feel supported, especially since we know fidelity of implementation is often tied to teacher confidence and support. And so I think that's going to be really important for this rollout.
Absolutely. I sat through all of the teacher focus group meetings with our pilot teachers, and all of the teachers said they loved the program and they don't want to go back to any other program. So right there is great feedback. It's important that our teachers we feel that it's important that our teachers are supported and successful. I'm very appreciative to the board and Dr. Mammon for all the support that has been put towards the implementation of and rollout of this program. The principals are on board. They're ready to lead their teachers in their buildings. They're ready to commit their grade level time and their faculty meeting time to ensure that there's enough time for the teachers to feel confident that they have what they need, that they know what they're doing, and that they have an opportunity to ask the questions that they need. So we fully support our teachers, and we will be walking alongside them every step of the way.
Okay, thank you. Well, what specific information and progress updates or a timeline as to when the board will receive updates within the next year as to how the rollout is going, how what the feedback is, what the progress or measurables that are decided on, how we know that what we have in place is working as far as fidelity and consistency.
Well, we can certainly schedule walkthroughs for the board so you can see it in action for yourself. Maybe some of our learning around the district presentations could include teachers and students presenting, as well as data presentations. We can certainly share updates on achievement in the classrooms and what the students are demonstrating.
Okay.
I think also one of the things I would like to see, since we have a system in place, a monthly curriculum committee meeting we've been talking about, that allows us to see, to look at issues around or matters of curriculum and instruction, just teaching and learning period. I don't even know if it's just curriculum committee. Because that's an avenue where we can share that. We can even have teachers who are involved come there and share and take a look in a way that is more productive, I believe, where questions can be asked and, people can see. But I want that monthly type check-in. How are we doing? And then, because our assessments are quarterly, I believe, and then maybe after those assessments, then we can do like a formal presentation. I don't.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Anna?
So a while back, I had asked about a teacher survey because my concern, particularly with the pilot, was that the staff didn't have sufficient professional development. And I'm talking from personal experience, having been a teacher on the receiving end of professional development, that for whether it be curricular or whether it be training on a new program, training in new technology, of feeling inadequate, in feeling not as well prepared as I would like to have been. And so I love what you said about WIN support, what I need time, because so many times I would have, and again, because remember, I started teaching 40 years ago, so I'm talking from a very long perspective, where we would have professional development, but it wasn't what I needed. I would leave the professional development, and I'm like, that was 2 hours of my time that I'll never get back. That didn't help me. It did not prepare me for the classroom. And so that's why I really appreciate what I've heard here this evening, that you're planning on sufficient professional development. And it's not just one session, because one session isn't going to do it when you have a program as extensive as an ILA curriculum. And to hear you be willing to give teachers time, that is a precious commodity when you're in the classroom, because you feel like there's never enough time. You have so many things that you have to do, so many responsibilities. And being able to talk with colleagues. I mean, most of the time, if you don't have the same prep period as your colleagues in your department, there's just no way to communicate. There just is not enough time. And the best way to learn is from each other. You'd have teacher leaders who are familiar with the program and can answer questions and can give hints and tips and encourage other teachers who might be struggling. Hey, you can do this. I can help you. So I most sincerely appreciate the fact that you have this professional development plan in place. I know for myself, I always took advantage of professional development over the summer, and I know a lot of teachers did. In fact, they would have to cut us off. Like, there was only so much money. Because we want to learn, and I know the last few budgets, that's been hacked away. So I most sincerely appreciate that being done. And I also just want to thank Dr. Maman for sharing your expertise. I almost feel like you're the perfect person coming in at this time with a new reading ILA curriculum. The fact that this was your area of expertise gives me so much more confidence that I might otherwise have had with somebody who's leading this who has no classroom experience. So I just want to put that out there, how much I sincerely appreciate that, because if I didn't believe it, I wouldn't be saying it, and you would know if I didn't.
Yes, I would know.
You would know if I wasn't happy, so I just want to thank you.
No, thank you. I think it's important to know that this is really a thoughtful, it's a phased, thoughtful approach to ensure the long-term impact across all grade levels that we're looking for. I still see myself as a teacher. I need time. I learn the most from my colleagues. And we talk about PD a lot, right? The structures we have in place, it often serves as barriers to what it is we need to be doing. So we have 4 days of PD in a year? That's it. And when you think about the 4 days of PD in a year, professional development consists of training just to be able to do my job, right? So I have no choice, right? And then it could be the mandated GCN training. That's a whole other thing that you have to do. But that professional learning, that piece where I get to pick and choose and say, I've got this, but I need help here. I need to go visit a classroom that I know they're doing well. I was just at Central for something, and they were doing their culminating. They'd had peer visits, and this grade level came together just talking about what they identified that they needed to learn, the people in the building that were doing it well, the visits that they went, what they saw, how they came back, what they executed. You should have seen the joy in their faces and their ability to say, remember this kid that wasn't able to do this? When I saw how they did this here, I did that, and the child now knows how to do it. That's what I want. For me, I want more of that. And so we know that in order to have more of that, it cannot just be the 4 days that we have all year, that we have to get creative in looking at what things do we have in the schedule, what areas can we creatively use so that teachers can have that. So a lot of those sessions happening in the summer too, teachers are coming together and I piloted CKLA, this is what I learned. This is how you can bypass this, and you can do this, and this will help you in the end. Just like little tips and tricks. People value that. That saves a lot of the new teachers' time and going, my colleague did this. This is how that is not anything anybody but a practitioner can teach you, right? So as we move along, we have to start to really think creatively beyond what it is we have to do. We have a teacher contract that says what we can and cannot do, or the time and what needs to happen. But beyond that, right, the intrinsic way, if we really want this, there are ways in the system that we can continue to kind of explore and examine and say, how will this help us more? And all you have to do is ask the teachers. A lot of this is not my brainchild. This is me talking to teachers and saying, how is it going? Well, what would you need the most? What would help you the most? That's all I did. I did not, this is not something I sat in my office and figured out with Joyce and her team. We were out there talking to people. We talked to principals. What were you seeing? And so this was a culmination of all of that said we needed more time. And then we said, okay, so what time? Where are we going to find the time? And then we kind of collectively started to look at, well, if we do this, maybe I could do this, maybe I could do that. And the principals came up with it. The staff came up with it. So that's why I'm really, again, confident. And as we go along, if it's not working out, we'll know too, but we're not going to wait till a year later to make changes if we know that it's not working.
Sorry, are we?
So, Dr. Memo, I want to thank you for bringing this literature program to here, and same to
It was here.
Dr. Bodie,
okay.
and some parents. You contribute a lot. So this take entire community to get this language program here. You know, it's a teamwork. Thank you very much. So I think I like the idea lunch and learn section. Dr. Memo, this is very creative. It's your word. I think bring teachers together. So let them learn from each other. Each teacher teach different students. They got different feedback. So if we give them the opportunity to exchange their ideas, that will help each other grow, especially help the new teachers to grow a lot. So I suggest this lunch and learn section is not just for the language. We can expand it to other programs. So give them, let's say, monthly, have one section. Let the teachers teach same subject, but from different buildings. Let them get together. Let them know each other. Let them exchange ideas. Let's exchange the lessons they learned. And then I believe that will be very, very helpful. So Dr. Memo, please think about it. And another thing, you talk about how students need additional phonics and comprehensive reinforcement help. Can you elaborate how to identify those students who need additional help?
I believe the district already has things in place to identify kids who, I know you have foundations, right?
Yes.
We have foundations?
Yes. We have foundations, we have Haggerty, we have other, you're asking how we're identifying students who need additional help in the classroom?
Yes.
Yeah, well, through the assessments that the teachers are given, formative assessments, they're able to identify students who are struggling to meet grade level expectations. And then we do have systems in place to help provide the additional services that they need, whether it's basic skills support with a reading specialist, whether it's after-school tutoring, or other services that they may need.
Okay, so Dr. Mamon, you mentioned that we have a monthly data review cycle, and then another space here, the 4 to 6 weeks cycle. So you mentioned that you are going to report to the board on quarterly basis about the program?
Yes, I said quarterly basis because then we'll have some level of data, right? Because we can't just say monthly.
Yeah, I suppose the idea of quarterly.
Yeah.
So the board can provide any additional support you need.
Yeah,
we're here to help.
Thank you.
Bless
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on that side? Or Tim, Tim, go ahead.
Go for it.
Yeah, go for it.
Quick question. Are there parents or other members of the community who are involved in the curriculum committee?
Yes.
That's great.
Lori, Lori's the curriculum committee chair, so.
Yes.
I don't know if you want to, don't identify them,
Yes,
just
no,
in
I
case they
would-
don't want to be
I-
identified.
I'm not looking for names. I
Yeah.
just want to know that that is happening.
Yes, it is happening. We've had 2 meetings, and we've had them in person instead of how they used to be held virtually. And we have had good attendance from staff members, administrators, members of the committee, and parents.
That's awesome.
If my count is not mistaken, there are 7 parents on the, yeah.
Oh, that's
7,
great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a tremendous amount of expertise in this community, as we all know, and I'm glad to hear that we're tapping into that.
I want to give them a lot of credit. They provide, inject a lot of knowledge, resource, really meaning a lot. Thank you.
Antoinette,
I just wanted a clarification. You said that the students that are currently in the pilot at Lawrence Brook and Warnsdorfer will continue it in third through fifth. So that should they assume that they're going to be with those same students in their class?
Third and fourth, yes.
Third and fourth continuously? So the third graders and fourth graders will have the same students in their class that they did this year, because if they're staying together.
Yes, we spoke to the principals, and that's one of the things they were looking to do, right?
Yes.
Okay, no, because when parents watch this video, they should assume that their students, whoever is in their class now, will be with them through the remainder of their time at those schools?
Unless they choose to opt out.
Unless they-
Okay, so then
yeah.
they do have the option to opt out?
Yes.
Okay.
They choose to opt out. And then we also know that when we looked at the numbers and the sections, we know that we're going to need to train a couple more teachers, and that's what we spoke to the CKLA people about, not just, and throwing in that extra resources for me for free.
But does that put the students in the other classes at a disadvantage when they get to Hammersholt?
No.
Since they're not going to be getting the same experience in their elementary school?
No, that's why we were talking about the vocabulary pieces, the gap in the units of study, and the balanced literacy piece, and what we want to do to shore up that the vocabulary piece. We think is not that we think we know is an area that is missing,
Right.
or that it's not consistent, not strong across the board, that we want to fortify. And we know that with that, coupled with what our teachers are doing already, that it would not be at a disadvantage.
And
So
it's
when-
all standards-based.
And when you guys bring us your quarterly updates, you'll be also comparing them to the students that don't have the pilot in those other 2 grades, the other 2 classes, I'm assuming? So if there's 3
Oh,
classes.
okay, I see,
yeah.
like the third, fourth.
For the third and fourth, I'm asking for the third and fourth graders.
Okay.
Are you going to compare them
I
against
mean, I don't know
their peers?
how, I don't know how many classrooms we're talking about here. It's a small handful of classrooms in third and fourth compared to the whole rest of the district.
Okay.
I don't know how comparable the data would be, but
I mean,
we could look at it.
We can definitely share it. I'm making a note of it. We can share the data to see how are the kids who are not in the third, fourth looping, and how are they doing?
Okay.
We could do
Thank
that.
you.
Anybody else? That leaves me. So I'm very comfortable with the professional development that's being provided, because that was a major area of concern, and I see that's been extensively addressed. What I still have questions around is the rest of the curriculum implementation. So K-2 CKLA, got it. The looping, why is it only at Warnsdorfer and Lawrence Brook?
Because the other schools did being a reader.
Half the other schools did being a reader, and those were the schools that had second grade, that those kids would be going up. Some of the other schools had K or 1, and those kids are going to stay in it anyway, or a fourth that's going to Hammersholt.
So the only CKLA pilots were at Lawrence Brook and...
In a grade level that's not doing it next year anyway.
Okay. And so then when 3 and 4, it looks like it's just vocabulary, but I'm hoping that
And
there's more than...
conventions, yes.
So there's more there are conventions? Okay, because that's not on the slide. So can you speak about that a little bit? Because it can't just be vocabulary, right?
The title says grades 3 and 4 vocabulary.
I know, but what does that actually entail? Because it's in the title, but what is...
Grammar.
Okay.
What's the patterns of power here? The work in there. That's going to be
What
incorporated.
does that entail?
Conventions of print and grammar.
Okay, but...
Punctuation, grammar. And
Okay.
vocabulary.
Okay, and that will help bridge to CKLA for the following year?
Yes.
It's, sorry.
Yeah. No, look, I like a plan. What's the plan? Because this is not a plan. This is a nice,
when she talks about conventions, it's what it is we put together to make meaning. So it's bigger than just the grammar, right?
Right.
So it's strengthening, because we've heard that, balanced literacy, it has, which is the units of study that we use, that one of the things that people have said about it and why people lean to structured literacy is the way it identifies the conventions of learning and be able to explore language. So that piece is what we're using patterns of power to shore up. So it's more involved than just mechanics and conventions, but it's about language exploration itself. And when you look at balancing skilled instruction as well in a way that structured literacy does with the nonfiction texts that we're adding, right? Then there's already nonfiction texts and fiction texts in the units of study. So the deeper exploration of that, the depth of knowledge that comes with that, is what we're saying that we're adding to.
Okay, so there will be something built on besides just the mechanics and the grammar?
Yes.
All right.
Vocabulary, mechanics, grammar. I think what we need to do is the Scaborough's rope so that they could see what we're talking about. I apologize, I didn't even think through that.
It's okay.
I feel like it was there at the curriculum committee
was
presentation,
initially.
so that's why I didn't really.
Yeah, I think it was touched upon, but it wasn't, it wasn't expanded on.
I apologize.
No, it's okay. And then what happens to 5 and 6? And I know that when we spoke in the curriculum committee, we had said that, 6 really needs to be with 7 and 8. And my request was that there would be a plan for 6, at least a discussion, something. So what happened there?
I know that the supervisors met to look at 6, 7, 8, and it's a totally different program.
It's a middle school program.
It's a middle school program.
We do have a demo scheduled with the company.
So what are we doing for this year? Because 5th graders who are in the pilot, what happens to them next year as 6th graders?
Well, we're discussing the looping piece with those teachers. But it's more complicated at Hammersholt.
No, I know that, but that was supposed to be part of this, because what happens, the looping here is just happening for the students at Lawrenceburg and Warrenstoffer, but this was a request in the curriculum committee meeting also, so that's being discussed. And
yes, it wasn't when I spoke with, when we met, they had not scheduled the demo to even look at what the crosswalk would be before this meeting, when we were putting it together. I don't know, I think the demo is supposed to be when?
I think it's in 2 weeks.
so will it be rolled out for this upcoming school year?
In grades 6 through 8, no.
So what happens to our 5th graders who were part of this
Well, we're
pilot?
working with the company to see if the teachers can continue pilot, the teachers who are piloting can continue to pilot, or if we could expand the pilot.
So the pilot will continue for students going from 5th to 6th grade is a possibility?
I mean, again, it's more complicated to keep those students in the same homeroom at Hammersholt with all the elective choices and the language choices, and it's not as easy as in a primary school where the homeroom stays together all day.
What I understood it to be was that they had to sit, because it was complicated, because it was a different program for 5, 6, like even what they did in 5th is so different from what they would be doing in 6th, that they needed to sit down with those teachers and kind of figure out what the schedules were and see what can be done the way we're shoring up the grades 3 and 4. What can be done to continue that shoring up pending when they determine what they want to do. But as when we were getting ready for this board meeting, that information was not available.
So as of this board meeting, there is no plan for the fifth graders who are going on to
The
sixth
fifth
grade?
and sixth, we wouldn't know what we're going to do until they sit down and map out and see, is it feasible? Because of the schedule and because of the way, something about the schedule here, and then not being able to put kids together because of the different.
I mean, it's more complicated in sixth grade, as you know. If you're going to keep the whole group together for ILA, then you have the math prime. Is that the right pod for the students to be in? Then who wants the languages and who wants to go to different electives? It's a little more complicated here, so we're working on that piece.
So when can we expect to see a plan ready for the upcoming school year for fifth and sixth grade? Because I see nothing for fifth and sixth grade right now. What I hear is that there are conversations happening, which is great, that we're making movement, but when can the board have a plan for
I'd
fifth?
say at the next meeting in 2 weeks.
May 28th. Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
That was faster than I thought.
Can I just make a note? We need to be, if we're going to present something at the 28th because it's a special meeting, we would have to know that and set it on the agenda. So it couldn't just be added because it's a special meeting.
Do you think you'll have it by then?
So
Can we
well,
do it
we
in
can
June?
Or at
discuss-
the
or
curriculum
it could be
committee
added
meeting.
in June.
First, because we have a curriculum committee meeting coming up.
Yes, we could do it then.
I know that you were trying to find a date in May.
Yes.
So we could do that there and then maybe do a big, in June.
Are you okay with that?
Sure. It's 5th and 6th.
Yes? No? Yes.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate
Okay.
that.
Lori, you're okay with that?
Yes, I know that we were working on a date for the
I
end of
emailed
May.
you.
I think you
Yeah.
had emailed me, and so
Okay.
we had to see when the district, like, when the availability of the administration building was for the end of May, but yeah, it's
Okay, so the expectation is that we will be discussing what's happening to fifth and sixth graders moving forward. Okay,
Yep.
just to be clear.
Among other things.
Among other things, yes. Okay, and then as far as the lunch and learns, how often will those be happening?
We talked about monthly at least, but then there were avenues where there could be more options depending on the building and what the principal sees the need is to bring people together.
Okay, but is there some sort of a guide or a calendar being put in place so they kind of don't fall off the?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
And I know there was talk about, I think it was Lori that had asked about how the data would be presented to the board, and Dr. Bulley, you responded with that there would be some qualitative data from teacher feedback and principal feedback, but, and I know you said that there would also be like actual quantitative data. If we could just have that quantitative data piece be readily available, because the quality, like I feel like with the pilot, there was a lot of qualitative data as opposed to quantitative data, and we really do need both. So, you know, for moving forward, I would like to see that they're both hand in hand, not just feedback.
Understood.
Thank you. That is, I think that is it for me. Anybody else have any additional? Okay. All right, so we are moving on to our public hearing on the fiscal year 2027 school district budget.
Okay. So just so the audience knows, we'll review the budget, do a presentation, and then we'll open up a good of the cause just on the public, on the budget. And then there'll be another good of the cause for general comments from the public. When we get to that point, the 3 minutes still, you have 3 minutes to discuss whatever you want about the budget. And we'll handle it just like a public open session, comment session, but just on the budget. Okay. So, next slide. Okay, so the goals of tonight's meeting, first we're going to talk about some administrative costs that the district has and where we rank, and then by law we have to discuss the changes from the tentative budget to the final budget that is on the agenda to be adopted. So this slide is from the Department of Education's Taxpayer's Guide on Education Spending. So the most recent guide on the DOE's website is from 2025, the result of operations. So we just wanted to talk about the administrative costs that the district has, because there's been some conversations and discussion about being top-heavy and whatnot as far as administrative costs. So the Taxpayer's Guide, and everybody, you can go to the Department of Education's website. They have multiple years of information out there and look at this information. They split, they provide several categories. We are a K-12 school district with more than 3,501 students. So in our category, for all of those districts in that category, the cost per pupil for administrative cost is $1,982. The state average for all school districts is $2,172 per student. We, East Brunswick, for 2025, spent $1,838. That is ranked 30th out of 96 school districts in our category. So we are 30th lowest, right? So we're spending under the average for the K-12 with 3,500 or more students, and also the state average overall. The next line discusses the student administrator ratio. So again, that K-12, more than 3,500 students. On average, there's 151.3 students per administrator. The overall state average is 137.1 to 1 administrator. East Brunswick, we are at 176 students to 1 administrator. That is ranked 80th highest out of 96 in our group. So we typically, we do have less administrators per student. All right, any questions on that? Yes.
Do you find that is efficient or straining on the administration?
Well, I think as more mandates come down, and I don't want to speak on the educator side, that's not my world, but I know there's a number of evaluations and whatnot. So, you do need management to accomplish some of those goals. And I think the district has, over the years, reduced the administrative footprint. I think it's sometimes easy to forget as we go through the various positions that have been eliminated, but the numbers reflect that, we have a smaller administrative footprint than other districts. But I think, to answer, everything in education is difficult, and, we're experiencing it with the budget shrinking various areas.
Joe, I have a quick question. When you say the administrative, now you're not just talking about the administration in the buildings, you're talking about full administration, which would include central office and everyone? Is that
Yes.
what this formulates up to? Okay.
Yeah, so the state, we have a chart of accounts, right? So there's one set of accounts is for school administration, district administration, IT is in there, finance, HR, and then there's a component, there's a calculation that takes the health benefit cost and brings it together. So it would be, yes, the whole district's administration, not just a specific, it's not just the principals, right? It's
Right.
the complete.
Thank you.
Quick question. the category is kind of strange, right? I mean, it's K through 12 with 3,500 or more. I mean, we're at what, like 8,200 here, 8,300? So is there a category above us?
No.
No. So this is the highest category, and I mean, we have, we're talking about like 4,000 extra students in terms of our district versus districts that we're being compared to in this category.
Yeah, it's a wide range. So you have a lot of K to 5 school districts, K to 8, K to 12, and then they break down enrollment to put you in the best cohort that fits your profile. Okay. Next slide.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
One quick question.
It's
On
hard
the,
to see up here.
Yeah, I know. This is, it's making my neck hurt, that's for sure. The total administrative cost per pupil, is it assumed that administrative costs per pupil are the same regardless of whether or not you're a general education student or a special education student?
Yes. Yeah, it's just number of students, the accounts that are impacted, their calculation for the benefits, they call it unallocated accounts, that, they allocate per employee cost to, so it does not, aggregate special ed versus regular ed, gen ed, or any other classifications.
In real life, is that true? I know how they come up with metrics like this, but in real life, is that a true statement?
Probably not, without being able to give you like a detailed expense, just telling from experience and the feel.
Okay, and so basically the fact that in terms of our total administrative cost per student, and given that we have a higher proportion of our students that are special education, the fact that we're 30th lowest out of 96 is actually quite the achievement. I'm asking because I pulled numbers not quite like this last year when I first got on the board, just to better understand our financial situation. And I remember one of the things I figured out that out of the 5 school districts in Middlesex County, we were right in the middle of the pack in terms of how much we were spending per student. But then if you took a look at the other school districts' special education population, they had a smaller special education population than we had. And so my question was, how come we weren't all the way out at the end? Because everybody else's spending actually trended with the proportion of special ed students that they have. And here I always want to make sure I point out, I'm not saying that special education students are a burden, that we do a great job with them, and being a pediatrician, if we can help kids, bring them all. So just want to make sure my position on that is clear.
So this slide is from the DOE budget software, which you're voting on tonight. The Department of Ed, we are in the central region. They assign what the maximum cost per student for administrative cost is. That, our central region where we're located is $2,773 per student. In the budget, we are at $1,929. So we are under by $844. So one might assume, okay, oh my God, from the previous slide, we were at 1838, why are we at 1929? Health benefits, right? Remember, we have a significant increase of health benefits. That is part of this calculation. So that is an increase that we're seeing. The thing that just, it's great we're under, right? But if you take the number of students, say 8,200 students, times $844 per student, that's approximately $7 million that we are not spending on administration. So, we have talked a lot at the board meetings about the budget, what we've done. There is a reduction of a central office member being cut to balance the budget. So that's important to note. But we've also done a couple other things. like to bring out. We didn't rehire the coordinator of school security. That's an administrative position. We did not replace the manager of accounts payable. That's a position. We reorganized the financial services department. Those things, before the budget was even, next year's budget was talked about, that resulted in over $250,000 in savings. So I think it is important for the public to understand, where we are. How much money are we committing to the administrative side? If you do go on to the taxpayer's guide, you can see where we rank in different categories. There's like 20 different categories. We're high in what we spend on support services for students. I'm not saying we shouldn't be. If that's where the money should be going, right? We're spending it, we're high compared to our neighbors, our the people in our districts in our cohort. To me, I like to look at those numbers because that's not a number I'm generating, right? And just saying, this is what I came up. This is the state who's putting out this information and comparing all districts the same way. So I just wanted to spend a few minutes to talk about that. Any questions?
Yeah. Where is it that you see that we're spending the most amount on our support services?
So if you go to the Department of Education's website, not the most user-friendly website, but there is a search button, and you type in, taxpayer's guide to education spending.
Mm-hmm.
The last, it's probably 10, 15 years of data is there with all the indicators. So you can search by the district. You can search by, show all school districts, and, it's an Excel for each indicator, each type of category they have. You can search for East Brunswick, you can sort it. It's an Excel sheet that will be downloaded, and you can find a lot of information on that.
And do you know how they reach those determinations?
Yeah, so there,
Because that term support services could mean a million different things.
yes. So on their website, there is a blurb under, like, what does this mean, right? And it will give you a summary of, I often think support services of being like support operations, maintenance, grounds, custodial, but their support services is the services that are given to students, whether that shows up in the form of instructional aids, additional services that kids receive, so on and so forth.
Okay, thank you.
All clear?
All clear.
Okay, next slide. So now we get into the budget. This is a recurring slide. We started with the budget projection on March 19th, and we said we're projecting a deficit of $5,590,000. Next slide. When we adopted the tentative budget on March 25th, we had reductions that were built into the tentative budget of $2,578,000, leaving us with a deficit of just over $3 million. In that tentative budget, we had placeholders because we had to adopt a tentative budget that was balanced. And if you look at the previous board meetings, we've gone through and presented the various cuts to come to a balanced budget. Next slide. So this is a summary of what those actions were, or consensus that we had. We increased revenue by increasing fees for clubs and athletics. Athletics including sports, band, and color guard. That represents $358,985. Part of that fee increase was to have a structure of reduced application students that receive reduced meals pay 50% of the fee. Those students qualifying for free meals pay 25%, and there's an $800 family cap on athletics. And again, athletics includes sports, band, color guard. Marching band?
Yeah, specify marching band,
Okay.
because that's different from band.
Right.
Okay?
Yep. Thank you. Anna is
Anna-
on
Anna
it with
told
that
you.
side, like she keeps me in check, and I appreciate that. One thing to note, this structure in the fee increase to $200, ice hockey and dance are still fully funded by the parents, right? There was no action taken at any time to say they were being moved off that.
But the ice hockey fees should be.
Ice hockey will see a significant decrease because of the shared service agreement with the township using their ice rink at no charge of ice time, which is greatly appreciated by the board, the administration, and I'm sure the community. Next slide.
Wait,
Okay,
wait.
here. I'm sorry.
I just want to make a comment. When people hear revenue, they think that the district is actually going to be making money off athletics. I just wanted to be clear that this revenue that's coming in is going towards it, and it's not even touching what it actually costs to run these programs?
Correct. When good clarification, when I say additional revenue, it's just additional budget of revenue that we did not have before, but it's not a profit. All right.
Joe, can I just
yes,
make
absolutely.
a comment as well? If I'm recalling correctly, I believe the lowest expense to our district as far as athletics and clubs was around $485 for cross-country, going all the way up to about $2,000 for gymnastics. Is that correct?
That seems to be the
Around there?
range. You know, the more athletes that are participating, usually the lower cost. But yeah, you're definitely on the 2,000. I remember that number. You know, $400 or $500 might be the low side. You're right there in the ballpark.
Yeah, it was under $500 for marching band and color guard.
So to Antoinette's point, even what we're charging for athletics does not cover even the cheapest
Even the lowest,
sport.
right?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, so we get into the appropriations, that's our expenditures. We've reduced purchase services, which includes archives management, substitute services, recruitment fees, copier leases, bidding services, print management services, child study team evaluations, translation services in East Brunswick PD, and that all totals $477,000. Employee benefits other, this is not health benefits, it's the other stuff, medical exams for our staff, certification reimbursements, non-unit tuition reimbursements, that totals $25,250. Supplies, reduction in human resources, financial services, central duplicating, security, and instructional/academics, resulting in $97,750 in reductions. Transportation, renewing our contracted routes for less than the CPI of 3.58, resulted in a savings or a reduction in those lines of $160,000. Graduation transportation, we won't be transporting our students to graduation. There's an offset for staff and for 4 buses for those students that cannot have a ride, and we have to transport the choir and the students that perform. That resulted in a savings of $35,180. Reduction in pressure washing, parking lot striping, athletic banner updates, and board meeting supplies of $16,800. Staffing reductions, I'll read through the list. It totaled $1,841,726. That's salary and benefits. We'll start off with the addition of the instructional coach that was talked about tonight. Since the tentative budget, we had additional breakage due to retirements that came in after we adopted the tentative budget. We have full-time staff going to part-time. 2 instructional aid positions, they are retiring, so we'll reduce them to part-time. 1 school aid position, that position's retiring, it will be reduced to part-time. A secretary position, 1 secretary position, full-time will go to a part-time senior bookkeeper, and 2 SSO positions will go from full-time to part-time. We've had a number of retirements and resignations that the positions will not be refilled. 2 elementary positions, teaching positions, 1 position at Churchill, 2 at the high school, 1 student assistant specialist position, and 1 school counselor position. And then reductions, 1 central office administrator position, 1 support staff position, 2 part-time SSO, 2 teaching positions at the high school, 2 student assistant specialist positions, 1 traveling teacher position, and a reduction in the amount of elementary club advisor stipends. So as a result, we have a balanced budget. It reflects we do not have a deficit. And one last thing, I just want to remind the community that on our website at www.ebnet.org, there is a tile on the home page. It's the first tile that has budget information. There's several sheets there. You can click, go right to the board meeting. The presentations, the slideshows are out there. The tentative budget that was adopted is out there. By law, we have 48 hours to post after the budget's adopted, to post the user-friendly budget, so our website will be updated as well. So the information, there is resources out there, and the public is welcome to view it. So
I just have a quick remark. When we do these presentations, you go through the numbers so easily, and I think that that's a reflection of how much work and time you've spent on it. You know, how much thought goes into how to leverage tax dollars to the students' best opportunities. So, you know, I see a lot of success working with what we were given, and I really appreciate all of the effort and time you've spent on this budget. Thank you to everyone involved with it.
I think that's the key. I'm the person reading the numbers and half the time making mistakes, but you know, it is definitely a team effort, and it's not just the central office team. It's everybody, and I think this budget reflects the commitment from Dr. Mammon to do everything we could not to touch direct instruction. You know, I think for the most part we were successful. You know, there's some things that we might not be happy about, but I do think we did the best considering the circumstances.
Anybody else? Okay, so I guess we're opening up okay, so at this time, we're going to open up the budget public hearing for the good of the cause for the public. So if anybody would like to address the board regarding just the budget presentation, you can come to this microphone right over here. You have 3 minutes. State your name and address. No? Okay. Going once? Going twice? Okay, public comment is closed on the budget, and now we are going to move to the for the good of the cause for the public. The Board of Education recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express themselves on school matters of community interest. To protect the privacy of all students and staff, concerns regarding individual students and staff members should generally be addressed by first meeting with the appropriate administrative staff. Public participation shall be permitted only as indicated on the order of business in Board Bylaw number 0164 and shall be governed by the rules outlined in the agenda. If you would like to address the board, please come to the microphone, announce your name, place of residence, and if relevant, your group affiliation. You will be limited to 3 minutes. Is there anyone wishing to address the board on any issue? Hi, Maria. Hi.
Hello. Hi, everybody. So, good evening. My name is Maria Katrina Eng. I live on 11 Dogwood Court. I am an East Brunswick High School alumnus, parent, and I'm also the president of the AAPI nonprofit APITA Alliance. I really wanted to take the time to thank the board, Dr. Mammon, the district, and really the community for helping to resolve for coming up with a resolution for Dr. Zhang in the Mandarin program. When I went to school here, that was not even an option to take Mandarin. I'm actually really proud of the language education I did receive here. I learned Spanish 20 years ago, and if you put me in a Spanish-speaking country, I do really well. My husband's really proud of me. So I do want to acknowledge that, that's really important to have good teachers and teachers that the students really trust. We got so many meaningful stories from parents and students that really demonstrated the direct impact and the quality of teaching that Ms. Zhang has. And so I'm just really proud to be part of East Brunswick that values diversity and values global citizenship. And so really, the long-term success of a Mandarin program relies on trusted teachers and exceptional teachers. And so really I'm here to just have a sincere gratitude for the community and the strong advocacy that occurred and everyone that was involved in that. And I also lastly want to say happy Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. That's now. And just a reminder that in the media centers of all the schools, there is a map that shows the roots of New Jersey, roots and roots, that show just the contributions of the Asian American population in the history of New Jersey. So thank you, and it's just a sincere thank you.
Thanks, Maria. Anybody else?
Hi.
Hi, Kim.
I'm Kim Canetta, 22 Peach Orchard Drive. I just wanted to follow up with what Maria had said just now. At the last meeting, I found out that one of our Mandarin program teachers was being cut from the program, and this hit home for me because I was here when the Mandarin program was hard fought to be part of the language department, and now my son, who's here, he's been in the Mandarin program for 4 years, and for 4 years he's come home, tested me on Mandarin language, gave me fun facts on culture and traditions and everything, and really was truly interested in it. But it wasn't until the East Brunswick High School Chinese Honor Society participated in the Lunar New Year with me for the past 2 to 3 years that I really saw the impact the Mandarin teachers really have on the kids. These kids love the Mandarin program because of their teachers. The kids light up all around them. You could see them when they're around the teachers and everything. They light up and they're remembered beyond graduation. And it was just unfathomable to me to see one of them go. I just want to say thank you to the administration, the Board of Ed, and everyone who worked quickly to find a way to keep her in the program and for hearing us out. Thank you.
Thanks, Kim. Anybody else? Okay, going once, going twice. Public comments are now closed. Okay, we're moving right into our agenda. Board of Education items 1 and 2. Do we have a motion?
Move.
Second.
Okay. Discussion? Antoinette? Oh, sorry.
Hi. So I was reviewing, this is for number 2, regulations, first reading and approval. Just a couple of things that I have questions on. Number 4 on that list, do you have it in, does everybody have it?
I have it, yes.
Number 4 was revised to change the language. I'm just wondering, why was the language revised to remove the word liaison?
You're on page...
I'm on page, it's under job functions and responsibilities.
So, because
I think this was an old, I'm drawing a blank, is it because it's almost midnight?
Just the wording was old and you just want to
The
update?
wording was old, it was before we had our security personnel.
Okay.
This was when there was an agreement with the police department, it was just different structure. But now that we have our own security team for the most part, they do provide the leadership. We're not serving as a liaison anymore, we provide.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing is you have 2 number 5s here, so I don't know if you want to edit that.
One would need to edit that, yeah, thank you.
Well, no, but which one are you going to edit? Because there's 2 number 5s here.
I think we're just gonna develop, implement, I'll figure it out, or maybe it's just ongoing.
It's like 5 and 5A, I guess?
No, or 5, 6, 7, and just.
Oh, okay.
Joe's
Just
got
wrongly
it.
numbered.
Joe's noting it.
Joe's noting it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's actually other renumbering that needs to happen, but I also know this is the first reading, so.
It is the first
Yeah.
reading.
Yeah, I think you answered my question, but beyond what you just said, is there any more backstory as to why we're making the changes? That was really my question, just
I mean, we
the broad
had,
rationale for the change.
So just to note that the director of security it used to be a coordinator as well. So, you're bringing those responsibilities together. I also just want to make everybody aware, regulations only require 1 reading. The changes as far as numbering will be reflected. That's not a substantiated, we'll. Yeah, great.
substantial.
Thank you. It is 11:30, way past my bedtime, but we're almost there. So that'll be reflected as long as there's no, wording changes that the board has.
Right. Maybe for these things, we can just say only reading.
Right.
Anybody else on these 2 items? No? Okay, so this is a roll call vote.
Anna Braun?
Yes.
Timothy Cummings?
Yes.
Antonetti Vola?
Yes.
Jamie Falco?
Yes.
Louis Figueroa?
Yes.
Lori Herrick?
Yes.
Lee Woo Hung?
Yes.
Wilbur Pan?
Yes.
Mary Ann Tanius?
Yes. Okay. Motion for business and support operations, items 1 through 15.
Move.
Second.
Jamie and Wilbur. Discussion?
Question.
Lori?
For under number 2, the bid rejection for Frost Elementary School parking lot, can we just explain to the community what that means or what the next steps will be for that?
So the bid is being rejected because it came over budget. So after talking to our engineer, there were 8 companies that picked up the bid package, only 1 submitted. So, of course, we wanted to know what's wrong. Do we have a flawed project? Is it timing? It turns out it's timing. We were at the end of the bid cycle, so the vast majority of the 8 that picked up the plans already had committed or been awarded projects for the summer, so they couldn't fit us in. So we are going to ensure, going forward, that our capital projects that go out the bid are going to be on the front end of the bid cycle and not the end. This is going to be a change on how we operate in this district, but we need to make the change. We can't always be chasing it and get the leftovers. We need to be on the forefront, so we have competition, so we have more time to plan. So that's the commitment. I said it and it's taped, so I guess I have to make sure that happens. So we will go out the bid before the end of the calendar year for this, and get more competition and have a better feel on, for the pricing, so it comes in line with the budget.
Anna?
Okay, can you just elaborate for the community that this project is capital? This is not coming out of the yearly budget. Maybe you could explain how long that money has been set aside.
Right. So this project is going to be funded through the interlocal shared service agreement, where we do our short-term debt through the township. Those funds cannot be used to pay salary, to buy regular supplies. So it's not accounted for in the general fund, which is what the tax levy is based off of. It's accounted for in the special revenue fund, and those funds are earmarked for those specific projects. Thank you. Two different buckets.
Antoinette, Liwu, sorry, go ahead, Liwu.
Okay, so for item number 1, I believe there is a typo. It should be May 22, 2026, instead of Friday, March 2022, 2026.
Thank you. Yes, you are correct. It is May 22nd and June 2nd. Thank you. Duly noted.
It is May.
No, they're in the second paragraph. And under recommendation, it's May up top and then March underneath.
Okay, thanks. Antoinette?
So the bid was rejected because it came over the budget. What was the bid and what was the budget?
So I'm not going to say that publicly because that will hurt us in the future. If I announce what the budget is, then.
So no, well, the reason why I'm asking is because this year's price is not going to be the end of the year's price. Everything is more expensive now. So if it was not approved this time around, why will we not anticipate it that the price would not be rejected again in December or whenever you plan to do it at the end of the year?
So a couple things. You can only reject a bid for a couple of reasons. If the bid package, the submittal is fatal, it doesn't contain the required documents, or if there's a significant overage compared to the budget. So this qualifies for that based off a legal review. Yes, prices go up. Hopefully, the prices, gas prices will not be $4.60 come December, but the more competition will generate better pricing.
Okay. The reason why I'm concerned is because the reason why this is being done and to begin with is for child safety.
Right.
So at this point, I'm more concerned about in September when these kids go to school, or even honestly tomorrow, what plans are going to be in place to protect these kids from now until obviously next summer when it's going to be able to be done? Right. Is there a plan in place? Because we heard from the community, not publicly, but they reached out to us to let us know that they are really worried about pickup and drop off for safety. They have safety concerns. So
you are correct. We chose Frost over Chittick due to those safety concerns. We will continue to have the additional resources at arrival and dismissal, and deal with the situation that has been Frost for as long as Frost has been there. But yeah, it is a concern. I don't want the community to think, it's an imminent risk. There's always a risk. We feel these changes need to be made due to the increased staff population there. So it's just going to take a little bit longer to get it done.
Is there one more thing? Was there a reason why we bid so late? Why we didn't get ahead of it?
I think the transition of administrative staff had something to do with it. The interaction with the planning board was a piece. If you recall, this originally went to the planning board back in November, and there were some concerns raised by the township. And it took a little bit of time to regain our footing and reestablish that relationship with the township and be able to move forward. So.
Antoinette, you're good? Jamie, go ahead.
I was just going to say, as a Frost parent, and I will be for several years yet, as long as this project is in the pipeline, we can be patient, because I have to commend the faculty at Frost. They do a heck of a job getting that drop-off done and the pickups.
Anybody else? All right, so this is a roll call vote also.
Anna Brand?
Yes.
Timothy Cummings?
Yes.
Antoinette Evola?
Would that be voting also for number 6, the contract award for substitute staffing?
Yeah, it's 1 through 15.
Okay, because I have a question on that, sorry.
Okay, can we go back? Go ahead.
Is this the same company that we're using right now for substitutes?
No, this is a new company.
Okay, that's it. Thank you. Okay, so yes.
All right. Thank you. Jamie Falco,
Yes.
Louis Figueroa,
Yes.
Lori Herrick,
Yes.
Lee Woo Hung,
Yes.
Wilbur Pan. Yes. Mary Ann Tenios.
Yes. Motion carries. Okay, curriculum, sorry? We passed the budget, yes, so that means we passed the budget. Curriculum and instruction, and there's only one item. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Oh, Lori and Wilbur, wow.
Lori, you wanted that one.
Discussion? So just for public awareness, this is the adoption of the CKLA curriculum. Any discussion from the board? The only discussion I have is the requests that were made earlier. Okay. But yeah, other than that, roll call vote as well.
Anna Braun,
Yes.
Timothy Cummings,
Yes.
Antonetti Gola,
Yes.
Jamie Falco,
Yes.
Louis Figueroa,
Yes.
Lori Herrick,
Yes.
Lee Woo Hung,
Yes.
Wilbur Pan,
Yes.
Mary Ann Tenios.
Yes, motion carries. Curriculum adopted. Yay.
Right? Let's go.
Okay, human resources, there's only one item on this as well.
Move.
Wilbur? Second. Me. Okay, discussion? No discussion? Okay, this is a roll call vote for public awareness. This is renewal of the majority of our staff for next year.
Anna Braun,
Yes.
Timothy Cummings,
Yes.
Antonetti Gola,
Yes.
Jamie Falco,
Yes.
Louis Figueroa,
Yes.
Lori Herrick,
Yes.
Lee Woo Hung,
Yes.
Wilbur Pan,
Yes.
Mary Ann Tenios.
Yes, motion carries. Okay, student services, items 1 through 3.
Move.
Wilbur?
Second.
Jamie? Discussion? No discussion. Okay, roll call vote as well.
Anna Braun,
Yes.
Timothy Cummings.
Yes.
Antonetti Gola,
Yes.
Jamie Falco,
Yes.
Louis Figueroa,
Yes.
Lori Herrick,
Yes.
Lee Woo Hung,
Yes.
Wilbur Pan,
Yes.
Mary Ann Tenios.
Yes, motion carries. All right, we are on to our final item of the evening, committee reports, information items, and for the good of the cause for the board, we will start with Anna.
I just wanted to commend, this is concert season, so I've been spending a lot of time in the audience here. And I just wanted to commend particularly the Churchill Orchestra concert. It was amazing to see the number of students involved. Now, we have a 65-foot proscenium. The kids extended from one wing to the other wing. There were almost 200 kids on the stage at one time. And I just particularly wanted to give a shout out to my former student, Mary O'Mara, who I taught when she was a 6th grader at Old Hammersholt. And now she is me. Yeah, she's better
she's
than
the new
me.
Anna.
She's amazing, and I just wanted to commend her and the students for doing a fantastic job. I also want to commend the high school chamber orchestra for their performance at the EBEF dinner. I appreciated. I mean, the kids only had a very brief performance time. But I appreciated so much their efforts. They had exams coming up, the following week, and those kids were there for hours while the speeches were going on. And I just wanted to thank them so much for being such fabulous representatives of the arts programming that we have in our school district, and of course their director, Dr. Arvind Gopal.
Thank you, Lori.
Okay, so last night, the PTSA, which is at the high school, had underclassmen awards. So this is the second year that they've done it. The students are nominated by teachers for different categories. And it was a really nice event. The next CPAG meeting is a parent roundtable. It's going to be held at Trinity Church on May 12th at 7 p.m. And the reason for the location change is because the library is closed right now, or at that time, due to repairs being made, or the update of the HVAC system. And that's it. Oh,
And Lori, just for clarification, that CPEG roundtable is for
for
parents
parents.
only,
Yes,
right? Okay.
yes, it is
Okay.
a parent one. And although I just want to say that before I came here, I was at the softball field, and I appreciate, Joe's going to hate this, but I appreciate being able to see through the fence. So it was very nice to not have to like scrunch my eyes and feel like my head hurts. But I know that the parents are very happy for the updated fencing, so thank you.
Just a quick congrats to all the awardees from earlier this evening. It was really special to witness that, and just very grateful to, everything that was shared about them was a representation of people that I would want to work with, and characteristics that I want to be around. And I'm just so grateful that those are the people that are educating our children and are a part of our community. So we're very lucky. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Liwu.
Yes, I want to congratulate our Teacher of the Year and Service Supporting Person of the Year. They are really the model for our students. Their contribution makes this school district really special. And I believe most of the people sitting here attend the EBEF pie dinner. EBEF means a lot. At this special time, we have a budget constraint. Every dollar they raised means a lot. So I want to thank the EBEF for everything, for more than $3 million they spent on our teachers' grant. And I urge the entire community give you support, get your friends' business involved. Every dollar they raise is for our students, not for them. So thank you, Jack.
Okay, Jamie.
So one of my favorite parts about being in this community and being on the board is a night like this, where I bawled my eyes out. Thankfully, I wasn't facing all of you in the crowd, but...
It's okay, we saw you.
Oh, yes, I know. Well, you could hear me, too, squeaking, and, I had a big bag of tissues. That's why I carry my suitcase everywhere. But the pride, just the joy I feel. Mrs. Schaffner was my son's pre-K teacher for 2 years at Bound and ELA, and I wish I had brought it with me. My son in kindergarten wrote a chapter book by himself, 14 pages at Aftercare, with inventive spelling and penmanship that was beautiful. I'm grateful to his kindergarten teacher, and I know that when he entered kindergarten, he knew all his letters and numbers and his sounds, thanks to Miss Schaffner. At Frost, Miss Kim was absolutely instrumental in helping my daughter develop self-esteem and courage to be in larger class settings, something she struggled with. Her care for the students is so apparent when you're with her in the school. She's just a light in this world. And Officer Tim, he's the best. He's just so cool. I mean, everybody is great. I'm so proud of everyone that got these awards, but these are people who have made a difference in my children's lives, and I'm just so grateful to them and everybody who was honored tonight, and everyone who wasn't, because East Brunswick really is an excellent place. For as far as my committee report, this upcoming Tuesday, May 12th, is the 10th Annual Unity Walk for the Human Relations Council. Everyone is invited. It kicks off around 6:45-ish at the Municipal Complex Pond. We hope to see you there. It'll be a lovely event, as always. And then to echo some of the remarks from earlier, I'd like to wish all of my Asian American and Pacific Islander neighbors a happy Heritage Month. I'm looking forward to sharing in your celebration. Thank you all.
Thanks, Jamie. Lou?
Oh, just again, much of this has been said already, but I want to thank EBEF for just a fantastic evening the other night with the pie dinner. Just exceptional, the award winners and the people that come out, and we just thank you for all that you guys do for our students and for our teachers and support. So thank you. Also, for all of the winners tonight, and also for those who didn't win tonight, but also give everything they have every day for our kids in the classroom and in the schools. So we thank you for that. So, and I know I've talked to several award winners, and the awards that they win, they know they can't win them by themselves. And there's a lot of support for all of our people. And so I thank all of our staff for everything you do every day for our children. And congratulations again to those who were winners tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Lou. Antoinette.
First of all, happy Teacher Appreciation Week to all of our teachers. It would be amazing if we could just give every single one of them an award. I remember one year I wanted to nominate one, and I went up to her and I'm like, how do I do it? And she's like, oh, I already got that last year. And I was like, okay, good, at least you got recognized. And listening tonight to all of the principals speak about their staff with such personalized stories, we would have never heard those things had we not been here tonight. So I really appreciated that. And shout out to Miss Corsell, because she's my favorite. She's also my daughter's gym teacher and probably therapist, and she does a million things. And Mr. Petranco was 100% right when she says she has an idea, because I worked with her last year for field day, and she really puts students first. And I want to also wish everybody a happy Mother's Day. And I wonder if it's a coincidence that Teacher Appreciation Week falls in the week of Mother's Day. Because for those women, they are also mothering and nurturing those children all day long. And depending on what grade you have to adjust to that need of the student. So I appreciate them. So I want to keep it short because it's almost Friday morning. I want to thank Dr. Mammon, Joe, and his team for having patience with me and my million questions throughout this budget. I also want to thank the community who reached out to me, and you know how every Sunday your phone tells you how many hours you've used? Mine went up like 5 or 6 extra hours a week, and I appreciated that because I was able to make an informed decision and ask the questions that you guys wanted based on those conversations. So, my phone's always available if you need to reach out to me. So, again, this is not easy. I'm not going to speak on behalf of anybody else. I'm going to speak for myself. It's not easy when you have to make these types of decisions, but my goal will always be to make sure that the classroom is as protected as it can be. So it was a tough job, but I feel confident in the decisions I was able to make. So thank you.
Thanks, Antoinette. Wilbur.
So orchestra concert was great, pie dinner was great, Teacher Appreciation Week is awesome, they all deserve it. I know it's a repeat, but had that in my notes. Percussion ensemble night at the high school happened this week. I learned that it's only the third year that it's been going on. There's a great reason to have it because for band parents, if your kid plays percussion, that's what I was told, you generally take a seat all the way in the back of the auditorium because your kid is all the way against the back wall and you're not going to be able to see much anyway. Mm-hmm. So percussion ensemble night was a way of putting together a concert just for the percussion, students playing percussion. And the pieces were really pretty incredible on all levels. The thing that really warmed my heart, it is the loudest concert I've heard at a school event. It was awesome for someone who used to play in punk bands. You know, that was great. Let's see. I also wanted, I gave thanks to everyone involved with the budget process last week. I want to mention it again now that we're past that hump. And I don't mean to be a downer about this, but I do think there's something else that needs to be said about this whole budget process this year. I know we started with not wanting to touch the student experience, and we kind of were able to do that. But I'm going to make the argument that we may not have impacted the student experience through this budget cycle, but we sure came to some pretty close tangents in that. Teachers that were being considered to let go, we were able to keep them, thank goodness, and thank goodness to the community for reaching out about that. The discussion that we had about the preschools, yeah, fine, they're not technically our students because we're a K through 12 school district, but they will be our students one day. And how those kids do will impact how they do once they get to the K level. And the fact is that we did a lot of stuff to save money this year. And unfortunately, we got through it. But the root causes of our budget shortfall haven't been addressed. And those root causes are still healthcare costs that we can't control, transportation costs that are out of our control, energy costs that are out of our control, charter schools, which is an issue with state regulation, and unfair funding for special education, which is, again, is based at the state. And until we hit those root causes, and I said this last year, my feeling is that we're going to be back at the same position next year. And again, I don't want to be a downer. I'm just being realistic about this. And there's one other thing that really contributes to putting us in the position that we're in this year and last year when I went through the budget process for the first time. And I've come up with a couple different ways of explaining it. One is to draw an analogy. If the school district was a family living in East Brunswick and the parents bring in $100,000 and they're only allowed to save $2,000 a year, and they're only allowed a $2,000 raise a year, and they can't keep any more money in the bank. And if inflation is, say, 5%, and they have to make ends meet, there's no mathematical way of doing this. For the visual learners out there, I actually came up with this. I have no idea if this is going to show up on camera. Anyone who wants to can hit me up with this. But what I did was I plotted out the 2% tax cap. That's the red line on this graph, and how the income from taxes can grow year over year over year. The blue line is what happened with inflation, and those are real numbers. And you can see that the gap shot up after COVID, and it's continuing to increase. So again, just from a mathematical standpoint, it's going to be extremely difficult for us to continue to balance our budget over time. And so, again, I don't want to be a downer, but what I want to do is have our success be the catalyst for action from our community and all the other school communities out there to really address the root cause. And if some of these things are at the state level, the tax cap, the charter school funding issues, the unfair funding for special education, then that's where the solutions will be. But what that also means is that we can't do it on our own, even though I know this advocacy committee that we're putting together is going to be awesome as well. But that's just one town in all of New Jersey. And what I'm hoping is that we can really start something here and put ourselves in a better position for next year. Yeah. And happy API Heritage Month.
Thanks, Wilbur. Okay, so I want to say thank you, Joe, thank you, Dr. Mammon, and thank you to the board members who invested a lot of time into this budget. I think that this is a very different feeling from last year. I think, we had to make some tough choices this year too, but it felt like more of a team effort this year. And the amount of community feedback and the willingness of the community to be able to approach us and speak to us, and everybody up here has different social circles and different backgrounds, so to be able to tap into that and have a pulse on what the community was really looking for made a difference. So I'm really grateful for that. I'm grateful for the amount of time spent, and I don't think people get to see that, and that's okay, because we didn't sign up to do this so that people could see it. But I'm grateful for you all. I could not be prouder to be with any other team of people. And we got it done. And I know that, yes, there are things that we have to deal with next year as well. But as Dr. Mammon said, budget is supposed to be a full year thing. So Joe, enjoy this evening, because then starting tomorrow, we have to start looking at next year's budget.
He gets tomorrow off.
He gets tomorrow off? Okay,
Monday.
good. Monday. Just so that we're not in such a scrambling position next year. Yeah. I do want to congratulate all of our award recipients. It was an emotional evening. There's been a lot of them. The EBF was another emotional evening, but tonight also when Miss Kenny Stein accepted her award, she said to me, "Marianne, you were one of my first students," and it's so true to see something come full circle. And I just want to say that, you know, my success, for however you perceive the word success, but I perceive my success to be due largely in part to this community and to everything that's happened in this school district. I've had some great teachers over the years, and I couldn't be more grateful that they're still in the district and they're still continuing to serve the community. So this is also why we do what we do. This is what makes East Brunswick different, because we all bleed green here. Once you're here, you never leave. Yeah, so thank you to all of our teachers and staff, even the ones who, as Lou said, weren't the award recipients tonight, because really you make a difference in the lives of all of our students. And that's really it. Any last, okay. A last minute thought?
No.
Oh, motion to adjourn?
Moved.
Oh, that's what you were doing?
Second.
I thought.
Third.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries, and it's still Thursday. Have a good evening, everyone.